disappointment. Now the vice president often tell me, since he got a seat as vice president, how many persons have I recommended in this government to serve in the government as presidential appointee? Zero. Every appointment in Nima County was done by him. He and I would discuss something as a brother. To implement it, you will bypass me and do different things. I better keep it. I don't talk on it.
Now you need to deceive us. The thing we saw, it frustrate us. So why can't you lie? Why can't you steal? Why can't you allow the citizens to be? You see, we just tell you. That's why we vote tell you. But you fool us. You screw us, you use us and later on abuse us. So why? The government should lie. Why? But that's the question that we ask.
The good person in our whole United Party, that President Bwaka. You want to say that again? The only person that appreciate good among all the United Party for that President Bwaka. The rest are ungrateful. The right, they use you and dumb you. But President Bwaka, if all of them were thinking the President Bwaka and behaving the President Bwaka, United Party will have another chance in 2029. Just for now, they do not regard people that help them.
Three of our soldiers were executed on this party ground. 2 at the back and 1 right at the headquarters. The man who shot and killed our people today is a darling boy in the Liberian National Police. They brought him back to shoot more guns. Get ready to shoot. Because we challenge the status quo appropriately.
Inform that the violence or still any student because of their action, it will be the day the entire Bwaka administration will cut down. We will massively violate the students in this country and we'll shut down the Bwaka administration. They tear that happy. We have the capability to do so. And if they think this renovation project is a joke, let them try it. The fall of the Bwaka administration begin with this. If they think they will tumble on any student in this country or at the university like go and work away with impunity, while our children saving opponents and logic in the Western world, while we are subjected to agile poverty and bad learning conditions here, and the thing will say. In
the first 100 days, no car will get stuck on a major road in this country. And I mean it.
It's going down. First floor. There you have it.
That led to decades of war still run deep. But so too does the longing for reconciliation. A reconciliation defined not by political bargaining or by an artificial balance of power by tribe, region, religion, or ethnicity, but by the equality of opportunity and a better future for all Liberians.
Bwaka can lie, the government, all the ministers in the government, they can lie. They don't put all hustler, they put a hustler, they lie. Everything they say, they never say the truth.
Today, the supporters of His Excellency Joseph Bwaka presents him as a poor man from Lofa and asserts that he will understand the plight of the poor people. Fellow Liberians, do not be fooled. Vice President Bwaka is not poor like you, not even as me. As Vice President, his office received more money from the government budget than any other Vice President has received in Liberia's history. He has enjoyed some of the best and most lucrative government jobs.
First of all, there's this, what I call sort of vicious lie about the fact that Mr. Kobe is gay or bring gay lifestyle to Liberia. It's complete bullshit. When people can accuse you of stealing people's money, when they can accuse you of being involved in war, anything, people don't make up stuff. They don't make up shit. Excuse my language, right? So it's complete nonsense. I'm married, 8 Teresa, 2 children, 5 grandchildren. I believe in traditional family values, so it's complete bullshit, complete nonsense.
Young man, vice president, young man that are vice president, the major stole 500,000. I mean, Jamaica, the major went to, I forgot that Jamaica, the majors went to Ghana, the fit, and they may bring it all company in the country. I mean, Kun, they can't reach yourself. Kun, man, you know, Kun, but I want to sophisticated, quiet, hardcore rule in Labro. But Labro,
when 2029 come and pass, then you finally leave. Mission is completed. Now, what the rules of engagement? When the war ended, the guy said, the captain, the commander said, mission complete. There wounded outwards, all men on board.
Everywhere there is no school, I will put school. And everywhere there is school and school in bad condition, I will renovate it. I told them, towns and villages, everywhere you will have lights in the town for children to play and people to see. I told them every town will have safe drinking water.
If Charles Taylor is the problem, he will be out of here in the twinkle of an eye. And I say, let well-meaning Liberians come home. If we respect this constitution, a government formed in Accra is a violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. Let them come home. Let that government be formed in Monrovia.
The government that capital road, small, road, B road, all kinds of place. I think the reason Joseph Boakai will not do much because the old man, the papa is suffering. The papa loves the country, but he can't make it. The criminal there around him, they sophisticated than him. They are sophisticated criminals, so they can't make it.
Your league Costa, God know how to pay people. It's just simple. Costa that accused everybody but himself. Everybody, Joe, we join, we accuse Joe, he killed Joseph Boakai. Boakai still living. Joe, no, you leave better. He made me senator. He almost made Joseph Boakai president until he screwed up. We gave God the glory. Yeah. Well, Boakai, when he screwed, he said, oh, we don't want to make sure we will fought for him to be reconciled with the president. And then the people who fought for him. Look, your league Costa, you will come. And Costa was in a podcast, he said, they don't been calling me. Okay. The time you were calling me for me to kind of Boakai, did I put it on radio? That immaturity to do what you're talking about.
And I guarantee you, when we finish, there will not be a winner or the loser. Today we all wear the jersey of Liberia, and the victory belongs to the people, to the peace, and to our democracy. As we begin to build upon the foundation of this new Liberia, I, George Seleke Kromah, the new president, will first give thanks and praises to the Almighty God for the blessing He has bestowed upon our country. And I say, my people, thank you,
We elected on 85 irresponsible men what they happen to the country. We elected on 85 irresponsible men to govern this country, not to be very irresponsible.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jerome Gayman, your boy from Buchanan, Grand Bassa County. I am your host. Welcome to our Tuesday edition of the closing argument. I want to welcome my brothers and sisters at Freedom FM 87.9 FM downtown Monrovia. If you are listening to us by way of your radio, we say welcome to the show. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Today is a special day. We have a special guest, and he is going to be in the house. And we promise you it is not going to be disappointing. Today is a special day. Our guest is a special guest. He may be new to many of you, but very familiar to many. His name is Honorable Garrison Dole Yelu. Garrison Yelu is going to be our guest to discuss national issues, specifically what's going on among the family members of Nimba County. Nimba is on our mind. There's a lot going on. There's a lot of shaking. There's a lot of moving parts in Nimba County. So today we are hosting our special guest, Honorable Garrison Dole Yelu Senior. No, Junior, excuse me. Garrison Yelu Jr. As you can remember, Garrison is the former chairman of the Governance Commission, former representative district number 4 in Nimba County. He is now senior managing partner, Bottom Line Legal Services in the Republic of Liberia. We are going to be touching on several issues, including, is Nimba divided based on what we are seeing? We are bickering. We want to know that. We're going to get his perspective. We also going to talk about the VP Kuhn and Senator Koga. They are each other's neck, lock ahead. We're going to talk about that too. Former Minister Pewee, recent revelation about VP Kuhn. We would like to listen to his take on those issues. And then we are going to be talking about other trending issues. Senator McGill is asking the Senate to hold the executive accountable to the people of Liberia. Who are those that are providing President Joseph Boakai with private jets to make a transatlantic trips? Specifically, most recently, the trip to Turkey. Sometimes you will see the president flying in a fixed-wing jet to Lufa. Who owns that? We're hearing that B. Martin owns some of those jets. We are hearing Samaritan Purse also owns some of those jets. But the most recent one is the big one. The one that, not the one that takes you from Monrovia to Foya, but the one that takes you from Monrovia all the way across the Atlantic Ocean. We will be talking about that, but before I go any further, let me welcome Junkies Morris, Freedom FM 87.9. Welcome, identify yourselves, and welcome your listener. Hopefully our network is working today. Welcome, Morris.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, and welcome, Mr. Gayman. You are getting me clear?
Very loud and clear.
Okay, so welcome to the public. This is the closing argument here on Freedom FM 87.9, and I'm Junkies Morris. There in the US is Mr. Jerome Gayman, who's the host of the show. I'm here anchoring from our side of the globe, Freedom FM 87.9, and we have Vinicius Junior Bar following us from New Crew Town, and Excel Electronics following us via our YouTube channel. Says following live from Sunshine State. The Sunshine State, that should be
Florida.
Florida. That should be Florida. So I think they are coming on, and those that are following us via the radio and whatever means you are using to catch us this evening, we want to say welcome to the platform, the closing argument, Freedom FM 87.9. We are here on your radio from Mondays to Fridays, 9 to 11 p.m. every Mondays to Fridays. So this is the closing argument. And back to you for control, Honorable Jerome Gayman.
Thank you very much. Morris, where are you from?
I'm from Maryland.
Maryland County, we're going to be eating some. When I come back to Liberia, I want to eat some tabadoo. So you're going to tell your wife or your sister or your significant other, we want to try the tabadoo.
Okay. The Oma will prepare good tabadoo pepper soup for you. Don't worry about that.
Okay, excellent. Ladies and gentlemen, you are tuning in. Please let us know where you are tuning in from so we can send a shout out to all of our folks in your neighborhoods. Let us know also if there are breaking news. Before we went to press, we usually do our production, but usually there are other things happening after we have done our production. So if there's something happening in your neck of the woods that you think the public needs to hear about, let us know in our comment section. Let us know when you call in so we can send in our reporters. We do not dwell on hearsay or I say or they say. No G's. It has to be authentic. It has to be original. So call us, let us know where you're tuning in from. I can see people from Nuclear Town turning in. I see my boy Flex Electronics. He's from Seattle, Washington, way out there. M Smooth on Freedom FM. They call you Mr. Smooth. So that's cool. Maurice Oliver Metchin. He's watching. Hopefully you will tell him. There you go. He's watching from Nagbe County. The great folks from Nagbe. Hopefully you're not living in that town called Smell No Taste. I don't want you to live in a country where you just smell good thing, but you can't taste it. I want you to taste. Liberia should be for everybody. We all should smell it and we all should taste it. We don't want one group smelling it and one group tasting it. Morris, I know you don't want to live in a town called Smell No Taste. You want to have a taste too, don't you?
Yeah, SMT. I want to have a taste. When we're coming up, the big brothers ahead of us, when they pull a lady together, they call it John before you clear. So when they pull a lady together, and you, the piggy, you didn't contribute anything. The only song you can be hearing for the big brother SNT. Smell No Taste.
So, guys, you have to join before you clear. If you didn't join, you won't clear. But the Liberian scenario, we were born and raised on the soil. So the soil belongs to us. That's our joining. We join by birth and by the right of what God has endowed us with. So we have the right to clear. I want to clear some of mine. I don't want to just sit there and smell. No. God has given us an inalienable right to enjoy what God has put beneath our feet, our natural resources. It belongs to all of us. It doesn't belong to the 1%. You don't have to be an elite or bourgeois to enjoy what God has given every child born in the Republic of Liberia. This is why we will keep our leaders' feet to the fire. Whether you are related to us or not, we don't take any side. We all belong or support different political parties, but we have one thing in common. When it comes to the Republic of Liberia, we got only one side, and that side is Liberia. There were people here in the last administration criticizing President Weah for everything imaginable, some true, some false. Today, we are here holding this administration accountable as well. And the folks that were criticizing the previous government are now defending and accusing us for attacking the president or the administration. But when you were born in Grand Bassa, there's a say in Bassa that, hey man, government had to defend. Government is hard to defend. When you are not in a seat, everything is wrong. And then when you get there, then everything is right. Government hard to defend. People who were here.
Government hard to defend though.
Government had to defend. People who were here saying the president should not ride private jet. They were the first to ride private jet, and my brother, who was the loudest in the group, Dara Dillon, finally came out and said, you know, I was wrong. I think President should ride a private jet. No, Senator Dillon, that particular apology wouldn't fly. We wouldn't take it. It wouldn't make you a hero. No private jet means no private jet, period. The president promised that if he came to power, there would be no children selling in the streets. I was just in Liberia in February, tons of children selling in the streets. The University of Liberia is still leaking, still dilapidated. We said that if the budget went up to $1.2 billion, we're going to have more money to help the people. Instead, they gave themselves raises. Between the president, the vice president, speaker, deputy speaker, pro tem, between those five folks, they get about $11 to $12 million. And the agricultural ministry, Department of Education, health ministry, roads in Monrovia, no desk at the schools. But they are buying new cars. They are giving themselves. How do you live in your own house and get housing allowance from the government? That is stealing from yourself. Money that should go to the poor. Some of you are giving your generator $3,000 per month. Your generator makes more money than a living person. Now we see why electricity is not a priority to the government. Government officials are making money. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go quick to our football. Today we saw one of the biggest robberies in sports. In my book, Egypt won the game. Egypt should have won the game. Yet, the referee took the game from Egypt. In Liberia, the people say, we're not stupid here. FIFA is doing all they can to make sure that Messi is in the final. FIFA wants Messi and Mbappe to meet in the final. Some people are saying that's what the market calls for. This is a business. FIFA stands to make over $5 billion in profit, leading to a final that had Mbappe and Messi. So they do all they can to make sure that Messi gets to the final. If it means the referee will have to put Messi on their backs and take him to the final, they will do so. If you are from a poor and small country, like my Ellen used to say, you are on your own. Leave your own with God. Leave your own with God. The pharaohs of Egypt won this game. They should have won the game, and they won the game. But because they were messy in the final, that was a hard-way robbery today. But that as it may, let's return to the subject matter while we wait for our guest. We will discuss quickly, and then we will wait for our guest. As soon as our guest enters, we will bring him on anytime. But Mr. Morris, let's talk, while we're talking about sports and sports development, Liberia produced the only African Ballon d'Or in President George Weah. So people say Liberia should now put more money in developing sports. And based on that, we say basketball, kickball, boys and girls. But today, let me read what it says. In Liberia's men and women's under 18 national basketball team have been forced to withdraw from the 2026 FIBA U18 Afro Basketball Zone 3 qualifier in Burkina Faso after the government funding for the trip failed to materialize. The withdrawal is a major setback for the country's youth basketball program, denying young players an opportunity to gain international experience and compete for a place in the 2026 U18 Basketball Championship. The Liberian Basketball Association have made efforts to secure the team participation by submitting a travel budget to the Ministry of Youth and Sports, which forwarded the request to the Ministry of Finance and Development Planning for approval. However, the funds were not released before the tournament began. Mr. Morris, this is an embarrassment. The government of Liberia could not come up with the money to send our young men and women to Burkina Faso, not even Brazil or London or New York, but we're talking about right here to Burkina Faso. The government couldn't do that. What are you hearing on the ground?
You know, Mr. Gayman, what is happening to our basketball team? In my mind, is not something that we should take lightly, because I think this is getting too serious now that Liberians will have to take due cognizance. The fact that you will have an institution that's representing the country, and Liberia is not a country that somebody will tell me and convince me that we are unable to sponsor a basketball team, just a basketball team, when the government is about to spend $16 million on 1.9 kilometers of road, for which we are aware that a kilometer of road should be approximately $1 million. Howbeit, based on the quality of the road, we will accept that. So you cannot say if we can provide fundings in other areas, these institutions that around the world universally are profitable, they also attract tourists, they also attract a peaceful climate and environment that see investors trooping. We abandon these things. We pay lip service to them. We criticize other government for not doing much in promoting sports, particularly basketball, when we are aware that because of basketball, people like LeBron James, the people all around the world, they get money. So why are we ignoring these things? And we know that sports and athletics have brought pride to this country, have even placed this country where we wouldn't have gotten if we did not invest in sports. Because of sports, at least our country is known around the world. Because of sports, Liberia can be at the table when it comes to international discussion. Right now, Liberia has the captain, the honorary captain against racism in football all around the world. Who is the former president of our country, Dr. George Weah. So if Liberia will be having these opportunities and we will want to dash it, in my mind, it is unfair to the young people who invest their time, they take their study time and invest it to make sure that they grow their talent so that it reflects Liberia. This is the same process the former president went through, and he brought pride to this country. And Liberia is placed on the map. So why can't we invest in our basketball? What is holding us back? We are in modern times. We are in modern times. You got club teams even having their different basketball teams, while the football teams are in their leagues. The basketball teams are in their part of leagues. Why are we not investing in all of these things that will help us attract tourism investment to the country, and also make Liberians to understand that we need to unify, reconcile, and live happily? These things are good. We cannot, keep putting money in a budget that we go for. After we place it in a budget, go for it outside of normal proceedings, using our power, since we are clothed with the responsibility to portion the budget, and we do our own thing, put there millions of dollars just to print ID cards, and then at the end of the day, we go and collect those millions, and the ID cards we talk about printing, we just print few and scheme on the Liberian people, blindfold Liberians, while we have other things we can invest in, and it can attract huge investment to our country, and the benefit will be huge for Liberia, because we are already known as a country that always produce talents. So I want to urge the government and the people in the sporting community to support our basketball teams. It will be good. We cannot have the kind of disease coming to our basketball team withdrawing if they want to go to tournament because of the little support that can allow them to participate. Let us not do it. It is not good. That is not being patriotic. Those small things.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like we are having internet problem in the Republic of Liberia. Freedom FM, there you go. Maurice, you just went off the air.
Wow.
Maurice,
Internet.
yeah, the internet, but you are back.
Yeah, sure. So I was just cautioning sport lover, the government, stakeholders in the sporting community to do more so as to bring happiness to Liberians, because we are already noted for producing talents, and the talismanic appearances of Liberians on the international stage had always been welcoming. So in my mind, it will be good we invest more so that we get more.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are talking about sports and what it does for the country and people. In the NBA here in the United States, we have about 30 Nigerian players children of Nigerians born in and outside of Nigeria, in and out of Nigeria, of Nigerian parents in the NBA. The WNBA, even Ghana have 3 players in the WNBA. Leticia Amahari, she made history as the first player of Ghanaian descent in the WNBA, born in Canada but raised as Ghanaian. She made it in the NBA. Ashley Owusu. These are people who are making a lot of money. They're putting their countries on the map. Liberia should not be left behind. If we claim that we are the younger brother or the stepchild of Liberia, it makes sense that we invest. When they appointed Ms. Krua, they said, well, we are appointing a young woman at the Ministry of Youth and Sports, and she will do a lot for sports and honor her wash. The team had to forfeit all the games. Do you know why it looks like in the news that a team that was supposed to play Liberia, they walk on the court and Liberia didn't show up, so they gave them our points. That's how it is. If you have not been to any of the basketball games, what they do is if the other team doesn't show up, the winning team will get on the court. They will inbound the ball and they will go and score. And the scoreboard will say Liberia 0, XYZ, whatever. Your nation, your country, it's going to say 0. So yes, it is very important that we don't want to flex in Monrovia. But when we are talking about our country, that we show up and do the best we can. But so far, on Ms. Krua, you are 0 for 1. Your entire team, boys and girls withdrew from the tournament for the lack of, they didn't have money to pay for their tickets. They didn't have money for a hotel. They didn't have money for a meal. They didn't have money for anything. So they never even left Liberia. That's embarrassing. That is embarrassing, Ms. Krua, wherever you are. This is what is happening in the international news about you and the country you represent. We heard you were a young lady. You were going to do a lot for sports. In fact, you travel all over the county, all the counties. You did your county tour. You spoke to everybody. You did your assessment. And you agreed that the team should go to the league. Only to find out that you couldn't. And you said you send your budget to finance and find out they cut the check. That's the excuse. We are not going to put this on the Ministry of Finance. It is not their job. It is your job. Now, in other news, it says here, Liberian football legend George Myean has dismissed comparison between Mbappe and Lamine Yamal, insisting that France captain remain far superior. We talked about it briefly yesterday, Maurice, but today we want to go into detail. He said Lamar is a phenomenon. We have said he truly a very good player and very good goal scorer. The 1995 Ballon d'Or winner cautioned against comparing the 80-year-old Neymar with the established French star, saying Barcelona winger is still developing. Neymar is just a young boy. You shouldn't compare him with Mbappe. President Weah said, Mbappe is a phenomenon. While Lamine is still developing and growing, all I hope is that Lamine continues on this path. But you can't compare him with Mbappe. Everyone knows that Mbappe is far superior. The comment comes as Yamal continues to attract global attention following his rapid rise with Barcelona in Spain. We, however, believe Mbappe's sustained success at the highest level sets him apart from the young man. Mbappe has been one of the standout performers at the 2026 World Cup, scoring 6 goals to move into a share of the tournament Golden Boot race with Lionel Messi. The France captain scored twice against Sweden and came close to a hat trick after hitting the post and having another effort ruled out by offside. The latest brace took his career World Cup tally to 18, leaving him one behind Messi as both stars continue their pursuit of the tournament all-time scoring record. For we are that consistency on football big stage is what separates Mbappe from all the other talent. Maurice, this is the Honorable Weah's assessment. He did an assessment of the 2 young players, and his assessment, he says Mbappe has established himself as basically the best players in the world on the biggest stage by scoring, doing everything meeting expectations, and comparing him with Neymar is a little bit premature. What do you think?
I think the analysis from this former soccer icon, Mr. Weah, is perfect in my mind. The reality, Mr. Gayman, is glaring. Yes, the game is not about age in terms of performance, but in my mind, and what is the reality, Neymar is still a boy when it comes to the game, comparing him to Kylian Mbappe. Kylian Mbappe went to the World Cup 2022 in Qatar. You saw what he walked away with, Mr. Gayman. The public saw that. Lamine Yamal, he just playing World Cup. That alone disqualify any comparative analysis between the 2. He's a boy. Kylian Mbappe is experienced. Kylian Mbappe has pace. He is prolific. He scores. He's disciplined. Unlike the young man from Spain, Lamine Yamal, when it comes to discipline, in my mind, there are issues. He's still not mature in terms of how he carries himself. His appearance on the field is another indicator of his immaturity in the game to Kylian Mbappe. So Lamine Yamal cannot be compared to Kylian Mbappe in terms of their quality on a pitch. Kylian Mbappe is far ahead, far, so Labra say bigger in the game than Lamine Yamal. Lamine is a kid that I admire. even though I am a Chelsea Madrid fan, but I admire Lami. He's a promising star. He plays well, but his seniors should be accorded due courtesy. So that's my position. That he's a promising star. I think he will catch up one day with Kylian Mbappe. But for now, Kylian Mbappe is way ahead. So he needs to double up. As I also encouraged the last time on my podcast, I encouraged Timothy Weah to double up on the USA team, even though they dropped on yesterday. But I encourage him to double up because the young man who, in fact, was the reason President Donald Trump called to arm twist the long-standing age-old rules FIFA have lived with and governed that institution with. That young man, Balogun, he has pace, he has speed, he can score, he can cut, the man gets shot. So the young man to really, outpace him, you will need to put in more. So I continue to encourage the young man, Timothy Weah, to see how best he doubles up as his father always did. Anywhere there was weakness, he put up to make sure that he closed the gap. So I encourage him to step up his game, and with Mbappe and Lamine Yamal, it's far-fetched. Kylian Mbappe is way ahead there, while Lamine Yamal is trying to trade. In fact, to conclude on that, you just lay a premise from the preamble of the show that FIFA is interested. It is pervasive. Everyone knows FIFA is interested in a Kylian Mbappe and Lionel Messi's clash. It is financially beneficial to FIFA, so FIFA will not look at their finances when they are doing business to prioritize fair play over the finances. So if you look at placing Messi and Kylian Mbappe on the page for a clash, it means that Kylian Mbappe is elevated almost to the level of competing with Lionel Messi and the leg who are above Lamine Yamal. So Yamal, I hope he will do well, to catch up, because the guys ahead of him, they are very disciplined, and Mr. Gayman, discipline made a game. That will keep you in the game, and that why allows you to progress. So it will be another thing that he will need to work on. Things for themselves. So that's it.
Well, for me, I want to go back in history. When George Weah played for Massa and the coach for the United States played for Paris Saint-Germain, and they used to call him the Weah stopper. They put him in a game they used to call him in Paris the Weah stopper. And they had the El Clasico between George Weah and the coach. And George Weah beat him in the Clasico in the final 1-0. And people say he have never forgiven George Weah for beating him. So some of us are saying, is he transferring his disappointment and his dislike for George Weah onto George Weah's son? You can't tell me that some of the folks that were substituted into the game were better than Timothy Weah. I mean, some people have accused me of conspiracy theory, but that's the fact, Mr. Morris. That is factual. George Weah defeated this man in El Clasico when it came to Paris Saint-Germain and Marseille, and George, we have beat him 1-0, and it has been that since. So, what you think about my conspiracy? This man doesn't like anything we are.
And there where I'm coming. There where I'm coming in. There's, you know, the people say when Sine boy you anytime you see laser, you can chill it. So the fact that we are brought, I would say, shame and disgrace to this we are stopper, this purported we are stopper, is just now a long-standing grudge in terms of the field of play. That remember, we are anything that is connected to you see that you the man that will make me to go down in history as failure, because after stopping on several occasions, you still bulldoze your way because you always finding ways to crack difficulties, and you did that. Your son, he must just forget it. You still on the bench. So all those things, I want to let you know a little bit sour with your conspiracy. Yes. You're right. That you frustrated me before.
Yes.
Then right now I'm in my own spot where I have my own decision to make, and I'm a turn out to do my do.
when President we are playing for Versailles, this guy was supposed to be the man who was supposed to stop this man by all means necessary to bring the classical back to Paris Saint-Germain. And here, President Weah, he spent all his time chasing the man around, and they wound up losing again 1-0. And Pochettino, to me, has never forgot, because even the substitution, right? The people that they were putting into the games, you can't tell me that those guys were better or are better than Timothy Weah. Okay, let's give it to him that yes, they put him in one game and he kept being outside. We understand there was a lot of pressure that he wanted to score. We understand that, but not because of one mistake. You're going to say the entire tournament, the man didn't play. There has to be a reason. Now, finally, some of us are saying, thank God he didn't play. So he had nothing to do with his defeat. He has nothing to do with his defeat.
Because
so
if he was,
go ahead.
Yes, if he was featured, the fact that Balogun has scored on their previous games, and this game, the US is dropped from the league, and team is featured. All the blame that team are going to come on. You can't ball on the people team. In fact, when Balogun on the team, Balogun was prolific. Then as soon as you go put you on the field, America drop, America go home. That because Timothy we are play, that's why America go home. So God will be God. There is one president in the US who could take a phone and call FIFA president and say, remember, if Infantino, this is my decision. And that decision helped Timothy anyway. Because if Timothy would have played yesterday, anything surrounding Weah, anything that has to do with goodness and good manners around Weah, some of our Liberians who don't like to see a part. So it was also good on the part of a team now taking part in a game on yesterday that saw the US dropping from the tournament. So I think it was good that God helped him in that way, because the hit on and something that we say. Timothy, we are spoiled America, give America go.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is what we call envy, jealousy. Listen, these young folks, the money that Timothy Weah and these young folks are making just for making the team and moving on to the next round. Okay, group stage around of 32 earned the team additional $2 million, rising from $9 million to $11 million. Individual player made roughly $333,000. So listen to this, Morris.
Wow.
Even if he didn't play in a game, $333,000 he makes for going to the second round. And
that take pecuniary there.
Yeah, and you're sitting down in Liberia, you got nowhere to sleep, no food to eat. You got no running water, no electricity. and you're talking about men who making millions and $333,000 for just moving on. That's just the tip of the iceberg. The team as a whole, they make $11 million. They will divide that. They will divide that. So here you are talking. You are talking to somebody who has made his name. We've been watching him. We've been watching all the commercials for New Balance, the tennis shoe, jerseys. You see his name everywhere. Timothy was
Diadora.
Of course. You saw.
Yeah, I still remember Diadora.
So here we are. This young man is making tons of money. Instead of you asking him, Tim, can you open an academy and make sure that our children benefit from your largesse? Instead of you asking him to help us out, you are there trying to badmouth success. When the Liberian man say, what God has for you, you will get it. It will see your face before you die. A poverty, that is saying Liberia, a poverty is your portion. You can curse all you want, you can pray all you want, you can fast all you want, you will remain poor. Let me welcome Honorable Victor Nagbe. Victor Nagbe, we are here licking our wounds. FIFA robbed Egypt today of a victory, but the analysis is very, very clear. FIFA wants to see Mbappe and Messi in the final. That's a $5 billion windfall. Some people say, so what? It is the money that FIFA is making. They are sending money to Liberia to build, to fix your stadium, to build academy, to take care of the players, to take care of, for the first time in history, people in Liberia are making money directly from FIFA. If FIFA make money and spread it out to everybody else, what happened with them at least cheating and making sure that the two biggest names in the in soccer meets to make more money? Some people say that's the upside to that.
I mean, yeah, I didn't watch the game, but it sounds like a business decision. There are a lot of people actually commented to me almost in the same fashion as you, because I understand Egypt was leading by 2-0, I think, almost similar to the way Senegal, I think, was knocked out. So I don't know, but you do have a point there. This is also business, you want to make sure you showcase your biggest, so that you can rake in as much money as you can. I mean, let's be honest. We saw the withdrawal of the red card from the U.S. side. Many people believe that was unfair. So yeah, if we're looking for impartiality, fairness, I don't know, yeah, it's not gonna happen. I sent you a clip today that I saw somewhere where the commentator was saying all of the teams that came in, none had less than 62% African on the team. All the teams. Yeah, all of them, at least 62%.
So this is a real African Cup of Nations. This is a real
That
one.
is what they're saying. Pretty soon it's going to be an all African Cup of Nations. So I understand there is a young fellow who, Zidane called to play for France and he refused. Instead, he played for Morocco. So maybe we'll one day get to that stage where, for instance, I'm sure you're following, the beef between Mbappe and this senator from Argentina, who is, spewing out, a whole lot of racist remarks, but, maybe we'll get to that point where, our African brothers will actually decide they will play for the country of their origin, instead of the adopted country or the naturalized country. But I don't know. But I understand Egypt actually outplayed Argentina and they should have won this game.
Yep, they even took their winning goal. The guy scored the winning goal. They brought the ball back. They said there was a foul committed at the beginning. Almost 2 minutes after the goal had been scored, they brought the ball back and so they missed a foul. So they brought it back to replay the foul.
Yeah, that's
How is that possible? The ball has been in, the ball has been played.
Yeah.
The referee, everybody is on board, and then you bring the ball back and say we missed a foul that happened prior, way back then. So this is what we are doing. So some folks are saying, so why don't you go back and replay some of the foul from the last World Cup? Because hey, if that's what we do, I'll go back and play some of those fouls. But this is what we are talking about. Now, something that surprised me, they said the most watched team in the World Cup is Cape Verde.
Yeah.
Cape Verde drew the most fans, the most attention, the more market view. Everybody wanted to see Cape Verde. So even though they come from a very small market, their performance brought the whole world on their side. So when Cape Verde is playing, the word is Cape Verde. So this is the only way the FIFA would have allowed this to happen if Cape Verde had made it to the finals. That would have been a story that FIFA would like to sell. That particular one would have made the sky. I mean, they would have an earthquake because that is the American way. The Cinderella story sells everywhere. I don't care who you are.
Yeah, everybody likes the underdog story. And I understand the last game that Argentina played in with Cape Verde, I think I pointed this out to you. 2.7 billion views. Yeah. So again, if you look at it, maybe it would have also served FIFA well had they allowed one of the big teams and a smaller team. I think, a lot of people would have felt a lot more comfortable, but I guess they're going for the bigs, like you said, Messi and Mbappe. Going for the final round, because Ronaldo is already out, tearfully, as I understand. So, yeah, but you cannot help but to think that there is some kind of, shenanigans going on behind the scenes there. It's a business decision the guys are making,
Yeah, because remember, this may probably be Messi's last World Cup. I think he's 39 years or so.
Yeah, so 30 something, yeah.
Yeah, he's very old. Ronaldo, besides being maybe ceremonial person in the next round, he's 41. The next World Cup, he'll be 45. So, like I said, unless it's ceremonial, the two folks, we may not see them anymore. In the final. So I want to believe that if they want to give him a farewell tour, this is how to do it. He missed 2 penalties already. That tells you this guy doesn't miss. He never used to miss penalty. But age is like gravity, has a way of catching up with people.
Absolutely.
Has a way of catching up with folks. Because look at me. I'm gonna play a Pewee on you here. I used to be very good in a goal. They used to call me Cat. That was my name, Cat. I was so good. I even went to Foya and beat the guys over there.
Yeah, look at that. Look at that.
He was so sure of it. He said, Mr. Gayman, I was really good. Boy, I used to be good. I said, why was you play? Then he had to think about it. Because I said, well, you a striker or you're a defender? He said, I play everywhere.
And I guess you went there at the time the Loman boys were trying to, or the Booster boy were trying to find their identity, you know. Is it not Roman? Boucher Priest. What Pewee? Not Roman, Boucher Priest. Man. Don't gonna bring no noise here. Don't gonna bring no noise here. There was no noise here.
No noise on the show of this man.
My man, I was monitoring the show. I'm happy to be here. Look, to be honest with you, EJ was robbed out of that game.
Yeah.
EJ was robbed out of that game. What type of ref? Okay, if you said there was an infraction, you allowed the infraction to play out.
Yeah.
EJ took the ball from their half, almost closer to their goal. They beat all of the adjutants, and they score. Then, before then you turn around, you say, no, there was a foul committed.
You remember there was a foul? There was a foul 3 minutes or so ago.
Yeah, 3 minutes ago. Why you didn't blow for the foul first? I mean, look, the whole thing, I just look at it, is a money-making thing, yeah? It's a money-making thing. It is not for the beautification of the game anymore. No. It's just a money thing. You know, FIFA, no. They lost. I don't have any credibility in FIFA anymore.
But you remember back when they said, my man, I would die for IE. I would die for Barrow. And now the people say, you say what?
I don't have credibility in FIFA. Can you imagine? Messi. Look at the way they struggle to beat EJ. They struggle to beat a small country like Cape Verde.
Yeah.
Yeah, they struggle.
Yeah.
And I mean, maybe FIFA just giving them some kind of a free pass for them to go to the championship again because of maybe one man. You know, everybody glorify him.
FIFA is trying to cash in on Messi now. You know, Messi.
Yeah, they cashing. Yeah, he's a cash cow.
Of course, but you guys, you know, FIFA is now giving money to all the countries in the world that participate, and I mean, we're talking about people who are playing Liberia now. We're talking about soccer field, the stadium. They are paying for teams to travel. All of these things they are doing. Where do you think they got the money from? They got the money from something like this. So should we just love the game? Like the people say, you love the game so much, like the guys in Liberia would say, my man, you remember the story with Money Boto?
Mm-hmm.
Winnie Boto, they say he was hurt, seriously hurt. The people told him he shouldn't play because he was hurt. But his coach wanted him in the game because Barrow needed to win the game or whatever. He went to play to his own demise. He got hurt, exacerbated the injury. There's no medical system. And at the end of his career, now he's only a legend. Do you want to do that? Or do you want to prolong a wizard like that? Look at LeBron James in this country. When he's hurt, the folks will make sure he stays out until he's clear, not only by the NBA, but his private doctor, and then clear also by the NBA to make sure this guy is a walking enterprise. bringing in $200, $300, $400, $500 million annually. Do you think you're going to let somebody that can hurt someone like that? No. So FIFA has a point. They have enterprises, they have commercial to protect. And if you protect one, you benefit all. Or go out there and suspend Messi from the World Cup from the beginning, and you got half of the whole world. You go to Liberia.
Yeah. I mean,
the Liberian people, they are only about Messi and Ronaldo. If you tell Messi, okay, Liberian people would never watch the World Cup.
It's all about money making, Jerome. I mean, you remember the story of the ride between the New York Penn Station and MetLife Stadium. A trip that normally costs less than $13, $12 and change. It was going for $150 for that ride.
That's right.
So, I mean, the guys, this is not about, showcasing the best talent in the world. Yeah, doing that and also making the maximum, killing on it, doing so. So it's more about the money than anything else.
It's marketing, man. Marketing. You want more merchandise sold. You need more beer. Listen, if you have a thing like Ireland or Scotland come into your state and drink the whole beer industry dry.
Yeah.
Just imagine the whole city ran out of beer. The bars are making for everybody. When you want to stop something like that because some guy from Boca Junior want to score goal. Big you, yeah. How many people from Sino County will go buy beer?
They even got the money to back up a red beer they will go buy.
That's right. And you look at the whole beer industry, right? Budweiser, Heineken. Can you imagine competing with those kind of companies?
I'm not buying. Now you get.
The feeling thing is, Pape, you get smart, you never go buy something.
Exactly. You bring a little something. But these boys are they're talking big bucks, man. So yeah, I mean,
the kid from one of the kids from Senegal, they just transferred him right in the European League. I think it was $49 million just from this World Cup. His performance here.
Yeah. But as a soccer player, this is the biggest stage in your life.
Of course.
This is where either you make it or you don't make it at all.
That's right.
But just showing up.
Yeah.
Having this on your resume that I made a World Cup team, I played in the World Cup, or just photograph of you being there, coming out of that bus, or warming up, or just wearing the jersey 2020 World Cup 2026. That alone, now all these guys are going to get a contract to play somewhere.
Of course.
Everybody will play somewhere.
Of course.
Can you imagine for marketing, right? You're a small team in Qatar or in Saudi Arabia. You have 2 World Cup qualifiers on your team. That alone you can sell to make money. So listen, we have to look at it this way and look at it that way. The jersey these guys are wearing, the boots that they wear, that pink color boots they are wearing, the commercial, just unbelievable how it is done. The showmanship, the production, when they bring it out flag on the field, the way they do it. And it is spectacularly done.
Yeah.
These things cost money, a lot of money. So yes, guys, we're doing very well. We love our World Cup, but hopefully.
And let's close out on the comment that was brought to us last night. I'm sure we're sidestepping that very, very gingerly, but we gotta talk about it. A lot of people feel that the team was jinxed by the interference, of course, of the yellow machine from the White House. They feel that karma was visited upon us last night because of the way we tried to manipulate every and anything that we can by making that call to reverse a yellow card. So what are your thoughts on that?
Well, I thought yesterday I said it here. You said I'm a rhino. You call me a rhino. I told you, I said, if you and somebody fighting, right? Even in boxing match, you do not want to get the other person impetus. You don't want to get any additional courage or anything to come out after you. Why would the USA do that? Now these guys, they were so hyped, and the pressure shifted now to the US that you now have to go and do the unimaginable.
And we said to watch out for the old man, Lukaku. They will bring you in.
I told you, I said,
and from me, I think that the interference had an impact on the performance of the players from the US.
Of course.
I mean, you know, this beautiful game of soccer, in America we call it soccer, but we from other parts of the world we call it football. The rules has always been the rules. Nowhere in the world have I seen that a player was given a red card in an international tournament, and then all of a sudden it is reversed. So that had an impact on the performance of the team.
On both sides.
Of both sides. Because I can tell you, if everything had left in place as it were, there was a possibility that United States were going to win that game. They would have been all hyped up, saying, okay, you know what happened? One of our main men is not here now. Let's step up. Somebody else was going to step up. And you have a lot of young talented players on the team. Sometimes I beat my imagination to get involved in every little thing. It does not help the process. The entire world were in support of the US, but immediately when the intervention happened, it became the reverse. So, of course, people may say that's not true, but I think it has some impact. Look, because those boys they didn't play like the way they usually play. They were dejected.
Look, the same thing we're talking about Trump. Ronaldo was not even supposed to play in this World Cup because he too got a red card, and he's supposed to have a 3-game suspension. And just before the Portuguese team could take off, they reversed his. They suspended his for I think 3 years. Now you tell me somebody committed a foul and you suspended for the next 3 years. The man is about to retire. So how are you going to do that?
No, FIFA is killing the game. FIFA is killing the game, and I think Sepp Blatter said it right. Former FIFA president, he said, "Well, FIFA is going to investigate a situation that happened with the US, but even the Ronaldo situation, why would you want to reverse a red card when the man has already, whether he's nasty, and they give special preferences to all of these star players. It's, as I stated from the beginning, the whole thing is about money. It is about money, because maybe when Ronaldo or Messi is on the field, the ticket sales, the promotion, the advertisement increases. So it's all about money. So when they say whatever we want to say, the bottom line is money.
Well, listen, let me welcome Johnny. Johnny, I know you're in Lofa County. Are you in Lofa yet?
No, I'm in Monrovia. I'm sitting in Painesville.
Okay. He's in Painesville, Monrovia. Welcome to the show, Chief.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Gayman, and my own big brother, Nagbe, Seaton, and the fellow from Freedom. Well, I'm happy to be here, and I'm happy that we can always have the platform to talk about the current trending issue. That trending issue is the drug issue in this country. We have to keep talking about the drug issue on the appropriate, timely issues or timely actions are taken to ensure that drug is distant from Liberia. So yeah, we're here to discuss issues. There are a lot of things happening in Liberia, but for me right now, I want to continue discussing the issue of drug because the issue of drug will have a serious impact on everything that we do in Liberia and everything that we envisage for Liberia's future. You know, because one of the things I want to bring today is in Lofa. I think what you asked me in Lofa. I think by the first week of March, we also have a storm in the Bandi area in the Kulangu region. I think 3 or 4 towns got affected to the extent that school buildings were affected, the roof were blown off and everything. And up to current, the government has now either those kids that were in those classrooms or using those facilities for education had to be using people's private homes to sit for the teachers to go and teach them something. And today I call the county education officer to find out what's happening. He said up to now there's no response yet. There's too much bureaucracy. And I told him this is urgent. This should be seen as a matter of urgency. I mean, the right to be educated has a serious constitutional obligation on the government. And I don't know why the schools will be closing in this month. And we hope to resume school by September. And the rain is heavy right now. And the school building I saw in Babahun, in the Kulangu area, was built with dirt bricks and concrete. And you imagine since March, we have been having series of rainfall, real rainfall. So if nothing is done to just cover the roof, cover those buildings, I assume that by the end of July or early August, those structures will be down completely. So I want to use the platform, Mr. Gayman, and everybody, join me to please ask the government of Liberia, the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Public Works to please see those schools as matter of urgency and they need response. It's like they should have been repaired. It's like yesterday. So I want to use this platform to please appeal to those involved, our representatives, our senators, and those concerned about education in this country. Please wake the people up. Please tell them that the young people in Lofa, in the Bani region, need to have access to their building to go to school and learn. We already having problem with teachers not being available at those schools in the communities. Now the next issue is the building is broken since March. We've gone almost 4 months. Nothing's happened. Up to current today I spoke to the people in Babahun town, and the photo, if I right now they are on Facebook, seeking for advocating, seeking for support from anyone who can help us if the government is delaying to repair the school so the children can return to the school. As for the next academic year, 2027. So thank you. I'm here. We'll talk about the drug.
Johnny, quick question. Johnny, quick question. The structure. Was it a makeshift structure or was it a properly constructed structure that was damaged because of the storm?
So from what I see, from what I saw when I was there in March, it was built with concrete and dirt bricks, like sun-dry bricks. Okay. But I think it was poorly done. For what I saw with my own eyes, the storm blew the roof off and even blew and threw some of the linens, now the beam that were laid at the top of the structure to protect the roof. It blew that off. Then within the building, even the partition that were laid to separate the classrooms, the walls were broken and leaning. So I know since March I left from there, we've gone. April is gone. May is gone. June is gone 3 months. So I assume by this time those walls that I saw, if they are being exposed to the rain up to now, then clearly those walls are broken. So yeah, so they were not built with concrete bricks instead. They were built, I think it was built somewhere around 2009 or 10 on the same LACE program. And look, that's when I saw that building, I felt like that's when I got convinced again that corruption is killing Liberia. Because that place is a remote community, you build anything for them. To the extent that even the latrine that was built, imagine around 2008 or 9 or 10, you build a building for school, for people to go to school, and you give them paid latrine, dug the hole in the ground. So they will go, so everyone go and sit over everybody's mess every day. That's what they provided for the people in our community. And most of the public schools in the rural part do not have indoor toilets or so to say, like flush toilet or commode, whatever. They stay doing paid latrine for our young people. And you're teaching hygiene in school, and the children don't experience hygiene while they are in the school.
And I think the problem, even though you are you are talking about Lofa County, but I think this problem is all over Liberia. The
Yes, I
remotest
agree.
part of Liberia, the education structures that are there, they are very deplorable. Some of the students are in makeshift building, and as you rightly stated, no proper. They don't have a lot. They don't have facilities at all. You know, it is just sad. It's just sad.
Well, guys, we keep saying this. Why you talk about the rural area when we were just in Monrovia and we were looking at people doing public defecation? Why are you talking about the Lofa County? We talk about Montserrat, Monrovia.
Mr. Gayman, you're right. Right in Pinsville, the Pinsville High School, the public high school, does not have a running water in the bar. The bathroom is so, deplorable. Mr. Gayman, I think Liberia is just, I don't know, where is better in Liberia in terms of, basic infrastructure? Where is better in terms of public facilities? Even at the very University of Liberia campus, the Myean campus, see the bathrooms there. You understand? Even some public buildings. Some public buildings now, you go there, you see the sanitation system there. You don't want to even get, you want to make sure you prepare yourself for going out to local buildings because you experience serious hygiene problem.
We just saw, it was just on social media last week where a gentleman did a video at the post office in Monrovia. The post office, where the bathroom was so terrible that people were defecating on the floor.
Yeah.
There's no water in the Kamara, so people defecate everywhere. And people are working in the building.
Mr. Gayman, the sad part about it, they take it to be normal. Even as we speak, the Revenue Authority building has that problem. The ministerial complex has that problem. The former, I don't know whether it's transport ministry, has that same problem. Somebody just told me that in the transport ministry, they came from there, they wanted to use the bathroom. The bathroom was so deplorable that there are certain staff in that ministry. What they did was they fixed their own bathroom, they have their key. So when you go there, they give you that. Can you imagine a public office, there's private bathroom in the public office? And these people are making thousands and thousands of dollars. They are getting money from the government, and they can't even take care of their own sanitation.
Yeah.
And what type of country are we talking about this?
One minute.
This is my imagination.
Let me go
You're right.
Freedom FM. Morris, you were saying something. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yes, even I'm a witness to such a deplorable situation. When I visited at the time we were running a Freedom Hard Talk, I visited the Ministry of Posts and Telecommunications. Can you imagine it will behoove you to know that the Ministry of Posts and Telecommunication bathrooms were all clogged, and unfortunately, uncivilized people, not being disrespectful to any Liberian, uncivilized people still decided to use those commodes that were not flushable. They used it and there was no way to flush it. So the feces were just, I had a video, just my other phone got problem. I got a video and I will send that video to you between here and Thursday. The Ministry of Post and Telecommunications, somewhere close to us here. The bathrooms are part of, the bathrooms are not even bathrooms that should be in such building. The people using bathrooms that there's no way you can flush it. It's clogged. Then they're using it. The flow.
And my brother, that's very bad because look, Mr. Gayman, just like in 30 seconds, right? 30 seconds, Mr. Gayman. I remember at my office, right, where we worked previously, Once there's a problem with the water system, immediately the office is closed and everybody go home. We don't even stay in our office for even 1 hour. Once we get a message from the maintenance people that we have a problem with the water system, the pumping water in the house, in the building, there's an email to everyone that we don't have water in the building. Everybody will begin to go home because you cannot stay there for the next 1-2 hours and live in field or place that have no sanitation. So if I'm in a government office that I can park by a place, I'm not going to go to work. I'm not going to go to work if I don't have a bathroom that will be safe for my health. I'm not going to go to work. Seriously.
And this is a problem that can be fixed. I really don't know why these people that are working in government, including the ministers, the deputy minister, the assistant minister, directors, why is it that they are seeing these problems? They can't even. Why are you in government? It's to provide, it's to change the situation. It's to change. I visited Liberia at the time it was George Weah administration. I went to the foreign ministry, and it was sad for me to see an employee of the foreign ministry taking a bucket of water and taking it all the way on the 4th floor to the office. I mean, the 6th floor to the office of the minister. Can you imagine the labor intensive to take that bucket of water and climb 6 stories up just to fill the drum in the minister's office with water? Why is it that the ministry they get budgetary allocation? Why they can't build a pump? Put a generator there to pump water into the building and run the pipes. And then we have a water and sewer managing director say they provided water to almost everybody in the country. Really?
So then you bring me to this story carried by the Inquirer newspaper on today that feature our brothers and sisters in River G fetching water from the creek as if we are in Stone Age or we live in 1920. Yeah, they are our brothers and sisters fetching water from the creek. Today's news from River G.
When you highlight these things, then the people say, "Oh, the man is against the government."
No.
Yeah, the man is against the government. All of these flaws, when you talk about them, instead of them finding a way to correct them, then they accuse you of being anti-governmental, you being opposition. I mean, I don't understand these people.
Mr. Sidon, Mr. Debbie, they arrest a gender encapsulates sanitation.
Exactly.
So I'm confused. What's going on?
Yeah, just recently in Bomi County at my hair river, they were showing it was on social media. The woman was explaining how they are drinking water from my hair, and people are right above there, mining, and water is dirty. And the same creek that the elephants come in to do their bath, and it's from the same place they have fresh water to drink and do everything. I think I shared in the chat room I shared with everybody in that chat room that video that I saw on social media with the old man explaining how the community people drink from that creek, the Maher River actually, instead of having some safe drinking water. Well, anyway, sorry, Mr. Gayman, for interrupting your.
I think maybe the authorities of closing argument need to invite some of these ministers and to come and tell us what are they doing to address the sanitation issue at their various ministries. Obviously, none of them will come here.
None of them going to come because
obviously none of them will come here because it is shameful.
We got Bob Charles that was over there from River G. He will be on TV. Won't tell you anything about what he's doing. Let me welcome Dr. Peabody. Dr. Peabody, welcome to the show.
Man, good to see you guys, man. I'm traveling for basketball, but just taking some break and decided to join you guys. Yeah, I hear you guys talking about sanitation. If the president, the Senate and legislature don't even have a fitting bathroom, who actually expect to address sanitary conditions? Huh?
Wow.
They don't have a fitting bathroom. I've been in the as recently I went there to see somebody at the Senate. And I was trying to use the bathroom, man. I would have rather go in my car, use a big cup than to go in that bathroom because it was horrible. Horrible. So what you guys think? People who address that, they don't know it's a health issue. Those are the least thing on the minds of those people. The least thing on the mind of those people. They're not even thinking on that. Everywhere in the country. I mean, you go to major places, offices. People are using bucket, and you have to use bucket. Now, into this world, I know we are a developing country, but who wanna go and sit down there and having diarrhea, and then after trying to get that stuff off, then you take a hell of a bucket and try to flush it and stuff like that. That's what they're doing with other offices. Most other offices. So the thing is, you talking about sanitation. That's the least of those people mind. You're talking about health care. They don't even care. Then you talk about sanitation. Sanitation is nothing but the giver, and those people don't care. The rare don't care. Those who can afford flush toilet, So yeah.
And let me just share this information. I was in Conakry.
1 minute, one minute. Guys, we got a few minutes here with our friends and our brothers from Freedom FM. We will be taking some calls right after this. Let me say something real quick. I was in Liberia in February. Me and some foreign guests went to see one of our representatives at the Capitol building, and the lady wanted to use the restroom. A foreign guest. And they said the restroom was not working. And they said one stall was working, but it was on the men's side. If they will escort her with security to use the one stall that is there for everybody. We have to go back to the Boulevard Hotel. This is a foreign dignitary that went with me to see my representative from Grand Bassa County. That's how embarrassing it is. And to them, it is normal. These people have no
remote.
No fear, no shame, nothing. They're living
with it. Yeah, and I was in Conakry 2 years ago. What I saw in Conakry, it amazed me. Because it's the same developing country like Liberia. So what the people in Guinea did was, they have a huge barrel. They take it, when they construct a high-rise building, they put one of those huge barrels on top of the building. They have their hand pump. The hand pump water into the building, into that barrel. The water is distributed into the building. I was in one building in Conakry. I had running water. I didn't have any problem with sanitation. I was taken back just like when I'm in the United States. And that is just a country closer to Liberia. Border country, Conakry, Guinea. This is something that is doable in Liberia. Why is it that our officials are not taking this thing serious? And they don't know it is their own health. They are jeopardizing their own health. They don't know that. Wow.
Yeah, they spend the money on themselves, their homes. Some of their homes have everything running. Some of their homes are the same like that.
Yeah, but that's what we're talking about. Let's go to Freedom FM. Let's open the line. Morris, I know you're watching your 5 penalty kick there. But for the next 15 minutes, if we can take 2 or 3 calls, that would be it. It is between Switzerland and Colombia. I'm caught up because my young boy from Cameroon is playing for Switzerland, so I want Switzerland to win. But then when I look at Colombia team, they got all these black folks there, so I go with whoever wins. Oh, Colombia got missed the penalty. Jesus Christ. Yes, Morris, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, folks. This is the closing argument here on Freedom FM 87.9. And my name is Junkies Morris. In the diaspora, Dr. Heron Peabody is on. Honorable Jerome Gayman is on. Honorable J. Victor Nagbe is on. Honorable Debbie is on. Myean is on from 2 FM. 96.1. Nomositon is also on. You can call us on those numbers on 0776 104 104, 0776 104 104, 0886 500 104, 0886 500 104. Our diaspora callers, you can call us on plus 231 886 500 104, plus 231 886 500 104. So, Mr. Gayman, as we with course, we can.
So let me announce the number from Truth FM until we are with call.
Go ahead, Myean, with a fresh haircut. Go ahead, young man.
Thank you, Mr. Gayman.
We have our first caller. This caller on the line. Your name and where are you joining us from? This is the closing argument.
Good day. My name is Mr. Anthony Washington, and I join you from my resident Joseph City.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I want to say thank you for the show. This is one of the things that I have been observing to most of the mainstream. And this is there is something very serious that the ministers are not even looking forward to this thing. I go to most of the ministry people that are doing the sanitation work, taking a bucket of water from downstairs to carry on 5th floor or 6th floor. I don't know why. What are we doing in this country? We have a problem with sanitation issue, but people will come out to say they are so decent. But ministry, there is no running water. No running water. You have to use a bucket. And somebody, when you use a bucket, you go into the bathroom, you have to run out, especially in the company. That place that is so decent like that, or not decent, is not decent. This is a show that you people have gone ahead and pray that the minister will listen to you people and be able to do it on another page. I want to say thank you for the show. May God bless you all on the show.
Thank you. Thank you. We'll leave you there and go to line. Thank you. Hello, your name and you joining us from where?
You say, oh, I tell my brother never need that for Mr. Pewee for 2 years for 1 year of today. Happy. When you ask for the mission working in town, when you know in the ministry, that we were looking. Since you come in, I play big play. That since you come in, what does that mean? What is to what and care. You know what I tell you, it's to US for ministry. That since you open running water in our building that's today, over there for me. Yes, thank you.
Okay. We'll leave Ma Benu and go to this caller on line 3 and take this caller. Hello? Hello? Yeah, you are live. Welcome to the program, The Closing Argument here on Freedom FM 87.9.
Okay, my name is Thompson Harris from Sherman. Thank you for the time.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for the show. Well, we want to be ourselves too. Anytime when you go come your way, you know, we always get your stuff. So when you give an idea, you might go now, you not go. Everybody try to complain. Thank you for the show.
Okay, thank you. We'll leave you there and go back to line 1 and take this caller on line 1. 0776 104 104, 0886 500 104. When you can announce the number from your end there.
Okay, so if you are tuning in to Truth FM 96.1, better still, you can put your calls in plus 231 777 64986 for our WhatsApp line. For our local line, we have 0777 64986 0777 64986. For diaspora line, we have plus 1-856 676 5136. Better still, plus 1-772 940 2871. 0777 Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I got a caller here. This caller, your name and you joining us from where?
I'm from the Cherokee and they're calling from Omatari yesterday.
Go ahead, we are listening.
Thank you for the show. The financial problem in this country
It's not that I can't blame any government. The citizens is paying for. But from 1847 of the present, even to the Broad University, the same problem is there. So if all Liberians can come together and work together as citizens as a patriotic citizens of the country, so the whole experience the very ministry will be clean. But the problem is the very one is not clean. When the very one is not clean, how will the ministry be clean? Because those that when you the ministry, they have a home.
Yeah, from homes.
So it means that they are not clean. So talk about that very one not clean. When you clean your home, and you know the environment clean, your very where you coming from, you are clean in public areas. But when you know that your home is not clean, how can you clean public areas? Difficult. So the problem is with all the citizens within Liberia. So guys got to work together and see our best will work in the country and help the country be clean.
Okay. Thank you there. We'll leave you and go to Myean.
Okay, so 077764986. For those of you who are recording, 077764986. You can call us. If you have a call there, you can just let me know, Maurice. But 077764986. I think we have someone who is 077764986. Let me see what I can place that person on the line here. Hello, caller. Wow. 0777649. Please don't beep us. Okay, let me see. Hello.
The beeping that goes.
Yeah, you know where do you call from?
Stephen Gayman calling from Garguah Service.
Okay, Garguah Service. Go ahead, make your point.
But man, I want to say thanks to everyone of you for the plenary discussion.
Go ahead.
Point said tomorrow, go to 5-10 different government.
Your network is breaking in.
The bathroom problem is a serious problem in it. Go to the banks, go to the Bureau Ministry and Agency, go to the Bureau schools that we get in the country, the high school there. So city corporation is not working to be frank. Go there, go. You don't use bathroom until you say, no, we gotta go somewhere. So imagine if you can't keep yourself, you mess yourself up. Just for the government to go to the federal schools then, go to the agency, the bank then. It's the same. I don't know why. So I think MCC got to react, put their foot down and go from place to place. Thank you.
Okay, welcome. 077764986. For the line here in Truth FM, 077764986. Please don't beep us. We're not going to call you back. 077764986. More, if you have a call there, just let me know. Then
Sure. Well, I will do so. Not yet.
Until you get another call, let me just add something, Mr. Gayman. Until they get, if somebody come on, just tell me to get it. I get it. But yes,
right. We have someone here, Mr. Gayman.
Yes, go ahead.
Hello. Yeah, please stay away from monitor. Where do you call from?
Yeah.
Yeah,
hello?
Go ahead.
Yeah. How you doing, sir?
Hello, caller.
Myean, I got a call here.
Hello?
Go ahead. Your name is joining us from where?
Okay, thank you, sir. My name is Melvin Gay. I do join a conversation from Broadway, Minnesota tonight. Let me say thank you for the topic on our discussion. And you see, sanitation problem is a major problem in Liberia right now. Just look up Ministry of Public Works. Right before Ministry of Public Works, right now as we speak, if we get there, right before it, you will see there's just something there. The point is just force, the place just smelling, the people don't care, everything just looking, like kind of mess up. It just, that kind of way. So you see, most of the ministry, if we just do a statistic, if we just do an investigation, background investigation, you go there, you see a lot of problem I understand. So,
okay. Okay. So we have someone here. Hello, caller. Nima, where do you call from?
This is Doyen Nangwe.
Okay.
Brother Nangwe, Brother Gilman, Morris, thank you guys. Let me say to you, if you remember clearly, Brother Gilman, way back, even Brother Morris, way back in Sago, they had inspectors going around from the ministry. Sanitation is a real problem. I grew up on Front Street. It's at the government toilet right down behind my area. They have what serving that government toilet before Georgia. But everything, I mean, it's terrible. People have blocked the city. The zoning is not a factor. Even with the ministry itself, I was in the once, Brother Lawe, and I saw people shooting behind the container. Terrible. It's terrible. It's a shame when you are president. Look, for example, Redemption Hospital. Sometimes people are afraid. They lack the bathrooms from the people. You got to pay $20. What kind of nonsense we in? It's terrible. We need help, man. We got to change.
Okay.
Let's keep talking it. Let's keep saying it. Thank you.
Thank you all so much. Let's pick up the next call. Hello, caller. Hello. Okay. Hello, caller. Yeah, your name, where do you call from? Looking Town. Make a point.
Yes. I listen to the caller then. If we traveling for the work conditions, if we travel all of this, you know, I don't know how we feeling. To other countries, we will pray, to other countries is clean, but we agree the government is back. If our fellow sending to work, we just put our hands, complain. When they put you there, you will do the worst thing. We all know have to government to work. If it girls from the houses, put on the street. Maybe it's for me. We don't drop that notion of government and if I was stuck doing like your farmer. We got put someone over, but I think this country is the government. We agree, yes, but we need to back it off.
Okay.
My horse, put on the street there and wait there. That's government. The one we are into, we let the open time, we sell all the things. We don't move forward, then we have look at the thing. We don't move forward, we have working a lot to push forward. We don't move forward, man, here. And here's the woman, we agree, yes, we're not pushing forward, get somewhere.
Myean, please ask that woman where does she throw her garbage from her house?
One of the panelists asking where you throw your garbage from your house.
For me?
Yeah.
For me?
Yeah.
The guy that don't stop, I cross the river there. My first took my garage and carry across the river.
Across the river.
Which river?
Which river?
Where to you where a car
You pollute the river will die with garbage.
You leave a woman, that woman opinion. You leave a woman.
Hey, Labio.
The lady say it's better than coming on the street.
No. What I want to understand is she's saying, we should not borrow the government. The government is responsible to build a system that will always fit in.
Okay.
So if you don't have a system that will do the garbage business, it will be hard. That's all. My man, but yes, that's the woman opinion. I don't think we should attack the woman.
No,
opinion.
We're not
we gotta help her to understand too. Now she gotta understand what you're saying.
Okay.
Okay, you see that?
That's a blame game.
They don't want to jack the woman.
Listen, guys.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Hello, caller. Hello.
Hello.
Stay away from your monitor.
Ready me?
I'm hearing you. I'm hearing myself.
Okay. I clear now?
Yeah, you okay? Go ahead.
I mean, I don't get it about hard talk. The one thing put it in the reward. I mean, you notice in the city of past time to now, within the July month, from June to July, the 30 over Central Street, the DD 30 over the whole community, everywhere, offices, fly all over, because NCT failed to get it there from Central Street area on the road. Go to Central, that uniform, you see the folk wearing clean, find it that. Go ask for the Bible. You never want to use Bible in your left. Central. Ask for Bible. People can
Oh, you
you're chopping use Bible.
How terrible is it?
People then when you do that, decent officer are correct. The officers then lack of Bible. Maybe you hear the police that get full Bible for him guess that will go to him. But then when you talk about the common men account of the other people, no Bible. I challenge you. When you go send or go immigration, go see the Bible. Ask.
Okay.
Okay, I'm about to leave you guys. Let me take my last caller.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, this call. Yeah, quickly.
Yeah, thank you very much, my dear brother, and thanks also to the Freedom Panelists for the cross examinations on national issues.
This is Freedom FM 87.9, the closing argument.
Oh, okay. This is Freedom FM?
Yeah, the closing argument on Freedom FM.
Yeah, the one I say, thanks to the panelists and also the hard-working family of the great Freedom FM family. For the recommendations and poker, Robert. Even for our unknown guest relation. You see, the colors are stated and they clear it very emphatically and categorically. It comes to our sanitation. Our sanitation from day one, we are not been ready taken care of, but for the administration, it went to ridiculous. You are speaking. All of our government is facing the challenges. Even any government facing challenges, even just your government. This is for challenging. Of course, the work modality. But for the administration, they have done from almost the best to ridiculous. Can you imagine a place that was used for interest? That particular Street area is for interest. All I want, even crossing or how to call it, or traffic. Because sometimes when you even want pass for Street, you can't to use that, you can't way around. Because of the sanitation, impeachment, the government cannot put up with the local modalities to eradicate or even to reduce it when you plug the error. That's a lack of leadership.
Okay. Okay, Poker, no time. No time, Poker.
We have someone on the line. Hello, caller. Nima, where do you call from? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I will be Kamara calling from Kehleboe Street over here around the Ministry of Transport. As the people were saying, and I want was saying, as talking now, right here, they see people just, they say they don't have that way back, something they pull down. People get rolling down. But then they have corporation. They say the corporation, they only there now to get vote, collect people market, but they're not there to even down the street. People coming from there when practicing, they pay all there and cover it. Now they say raining, then they before it, have people get rolling down. Then just roll. Well, yeah.
Okay.
People here rolling on our street. Yeah.
So, Mr. Gayman.
You can say no water. So when you enter somebody Bible in the ministry, you will hear your own go.
Thank you.
Yeah, but Mr. Gayman, Anthony Stevens is on your back.
Yeah. Okay, right after the call because Freedom FM gotta go.
They're coming from all over. When they say reading, they open it, start voting.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. So we can keep taking calls from Truth FM while Freedom is going.
Let him close up. Go ahead.
Yeah, let him do a closing.
You see, that is the same reason why we continue to push for government to pay keen attention to that portion of the Constitution, Article 6, that really place emphasis on education. Because in my mind, some of these things that you see happening around our communities, when Zogos are given debt to go and throw away when people already paid and then they stop it to some other window, is because of the same education thing. So it would be good that the government at least take some steps in making sure that you educate your people formally and informally. The issue of information dissemination through these jingles, flyers, posters, and other things allow the minds of our people to be expanded because it is information that they will be getting, and they will at least have some clue as to how to move our country forward. So the government has a great responsibility in that direction. Whilst we as people, it is on us to be clean, because cleanliness is next to godliness. And the government should remember that sanitation is part of the arrest program.
Arrest agenda.
Yeah, the arrest agenda, and it should be prioritized. Thank you. Hope to see you on tomorrow. Junkies Morris.
Thank you.
Yeah,
thank you, man.
Let me just make this statement while we are still waiting more callers to come in. I think the gentleman who left made it clear. The arrest agenda, one of the pillars of the arrest agenda is sanitation. Sanitation leads to health. Now, if the government, I do not know whether the government has a national plan of action to address the issue of sanitation in Liberia. This problem is an age-old problem. It did not originate from this government. But this government was elected to address this problem. And sadly, I don't see whether they have a plan of action. You have the Maria City Corporation. You have the Liberia Water and Sewer Corporation. You have the sanitation department at the Ministry of Health.
And they have WASH, the WASH
and they
Commission.
Have WASH. All of these institutions, they're supposed to craft a national plan of action that starts from the community level. Because remember, Liberia, and I will say this, Liberia, the way we structure and we build Liberia, there's somebody talking about zoning. I remember there are several houses in Monrovia alone that were built without no toilets. I grew up in Nikuta. Many of the houses there, they couldn't get toilet. Because it was not enshrined in our zoning law that look, before you build a house, you must first construct a toilet. Unlike places like Sierra Leone, where it is mandatory when you build your private house, you must have a toilet. So we don't have a plan of action in the country. So I think all of these the institutions that are called, it is about time that they develop a national plan of action to address the sanitation issue. We are just talking about the ministry, but go in the community, go to West Point. People, look at Stockton Creek. Nobody can go and bathe in Stockton Creek. Why? Because
But
even what the other street besides Stockton Creek, you have the River, the Doon River. All of these places, they are being used as what? As dumping ground and place for people to throw their feces. And no wonder why when people get sick in the country, then it becomes a different problem. And the national government, I don't know. And it is mind-boggling that in a day and age, we will be discussing this issue. It's mind-boggling. And I just hope the folks will understand that every one of us are passionate. We want Liberia to move forward. We want Liberia to develop. But if you are given a responsibility to help move the country forward, do your job. If you can't do your job, Then tell the president, say, Mr. President, this job is too hard for me. I need to step down. Then you can find somebody else to do the job because you were appointed to find solutions. That's why these people were appointed in government for, to find solutions to the problem that is confronting the country.
To solve problems.
They're not finding they're not finding those solutions. And it is sad.
Absolutely. Let me go to Dr. Peabody. You were in flight.
Yeah. Look, Sita, you just said it, but again, if we continue to say, oh, you just said it's an HO problem. So since it's an HO problem, nobody should face it because Ben Sanvee nothing who, like the Liberian people will say.
That's what the government was elected for.
Then nobody should face it. But yeah, it's the government elected for that. And look, I went to the you think the people in high offices really care? That's the least thing about them. I went to SKD one time last year on the same World Cup qualifying game Liberia playing Tunisia, and I paid almost $100-something US to go to the best place to sit. I went to the bathroom. I took a picture of it. I hope I can find that picture in the future. I took a picture on my phone. When you put that phone, when you go in that bathroom, you think you in, oh, I hate to compare places. You think you in West Point somewhere and using some of the bathroom outside West Point. That place was so dirty. It smells bad. Now, I'm going too far. I was using water to flush my own pee and stuff like that. Go to Robert International Airport. Go to the bathroom to Ralphie. Go to the bathroom to Roberts Field. See how it smells, how terrible it smells. It smells bad. They don't even have air freshener stuff in there. The lady in there cleaning, I was walking out, I took her $20, I gave it to the lady who was in there cleaning. I said, you're too brave to stand here and smell this thing all day and say you're cleaning. It's terrible. It's terrible. I took her $20 because I said, look, man, this is something you're doing well. To stand here and clean this place and smell it like this. And government officials fly in and out there with big kotsu and big grip in the hand all day. And they don't even care. These are the least thing that people care for in our country. The sanitary condition. SKD, where the president and vice president will go, and the bathroom right near it smells like that. You think they really care? They don't care about sanitary condition. The city corporation don't even have those kind of thing in mind, or real city corporation don't have it. They don't care. So it's terrible, you know. So yeah, the arrest agenda had it. It's easy to write it on paper. That's what they do. They come up with long paper arrests. Love Liberia, thing Liberia, live, all the food in there they put in the paper here to be saying. But Liberia ain't ready yet. It's the worst country, sanitary. Why do you think the EU, one of the EU representative Liberia said Liberia is the worst dirty country? It's very, very dirty, and they ran after the man. He didn't lie. Liberia is very dirty even now. You can't go to no ministry. You can't go to even the Capitol building. You go there, somebody send there, you be smelling, you think somebody poop on themselves. That's how it is.
Wow.
This is what we are talking about. On my end, if you have somebody...
yeah, let me announce the line again. 077649986. We have +231 777649986. If you are calling us on our WhatsApp lines, +231 777649986. Let me see whether we have someone on the line here. 077749986. Mr. Gimme, we'll have call, let you know.
Yes, let me welcome Honorable Tomalin George. Hopefully you're not holding your breath because we're talking trash today. We are talking about something that is dear to the heart of the people, sanitation. And this is not people calling and getting upset because they think we're attacking government. No, we're talking about age-old problem. When you're thinking about government, it's an age-old problem. You cannot take a friend, a guest from Monrovia, and use restroom in any government office. It's impossible.
Oh, okay. Talking about restroom in government office.
Sanitation in the country.
Well, it's good to be on the show, first of all, and I don't know. The guest today, I don't know what happened. We've been trying to reach him since this evening.
We are having a great time here. We don't want no guests. We're talking about things that dear to
Mr. Jimmy, we have someone
the people say the training news.
Go ahead. Somebody, 1 minute. Go ahead.
You say your name?
Pastor Gofa from Ralph Yahweh.
Okay, make your point.
And that is a fine discussion. And like no one can say the government is not responsible. When I was small, I'm a 62 years old man. And there's something about some people call some men in the corner, people that go in the community to check the community. At this time, even at that time, before somebody sell Kobo in the market, you have to go to government hospital, they give you a piece of paper. They will do all your testing, this test, before they will give you people to go sell food. Those things, they are not here again. The government then, they were doing it. Let me say something. The government now, no. Anybody can say Kobo. When you come in about time on the Round Yahweh, people live here, build house, build home, they give it to rent out, and they don't have no toilet, no bathroom. And what they do, they jump people, they keep in the sand. So can we say what the secret cooperation, what are they doing? They are responsible. You have the zonal division, you have the people, they should go in the community and see everybody bathroom and see what is your bathroom. You have 5 rooms. You take 5 men, you take 5 women, or 1 or 2 families have 4, 5, 6 children. They all in that walls. And the nursing toilet, the 20 people, our government, they are fully responsible. You know, some of the representatives, some of the senators that lay around me, go to their home. When you enter the thing, you're in America. So thank you, and this discussion, I would like to find a cool 2 radio station and the radio station where to pick it up. Because our people go back to here, the radio junction, you will see the city police, they are there. Get the power, they put on the car park, they put people on there. But no one going in the community.
Okay, thank you all so much. We have another caller who's on the line here. Let's pick up the next caller, 07764 9986 489. Who's next caller? Hello, caller. Hello. So 07764 9986 of our WhatsApp line is +231 777 649986. Call and make a point. Let's see who is on the line here. Okay, let's take this caller. Hello, caller. Hello. 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 No. Let's pick up this next caller. 07764 9986. If you call us, please leave your monitor. Stay away from your monitor. Let's pick up this next caller. Hello, caller.
Come on. Yeah, how are you, sir?
I'm okay. Your name and where do you call from?
My name is BM Baby. I call you for GS3 Rawa Market.
Okay, make a point.
You know, we have a local market here, community market. Hello?
Yeah, go ahead. We're listening.
Yeah, you know, I was talking for one of my friends that went to kind of tell me why should I build toilet after the market plan? You toilet in a plastic, don't get over the place. So I asked him, so build the toilet here for marketers to use. Is it wrong? Is that whatever you get the money? So I was thinking whether you already you have the mindset or what's wrong with him. You went down telling me what in the market, what they tell you see plastic, our mothers, our sisters, our wives. You telling me they have plenty of money. And my good people, let me tell you, I can go to people's bathrooms.
You enter those people that have no coach and creation that some of them don't want to work. You the farmer that you have fear to work. Could you imagine somebody like your minister, director, and assistant director? You enter their bathroom, they come over because of that whole week. Before they come. So this thing is something that it should be part of the discussion as well. Because nowhere you're going to see clean bathroom. Nowhere. You see the man get that for here, but you maybe will be smelly. Thank you. That's my contribution.
Okay, let's pick up the next caller. Hello, caller.
Hello?
Yeah, your name, where do you call from?
Okay, this is Marcy. I'm calling from Claratown tonight.
Claratown, make your point, man, CC.
Okay, thank you for the show.
Okay, you're welcome.
So, what I want to say on the platform tonight, we know it's an old age topic. But the people in power yesterday was carrying out to say that the government in power that was doing everything in this country. They all instruments would know from the child. They keep that people and let the country. They put the country into mess. They put a JK yesterday. They were building there yesterday. They put in power today. They were doing all kinds of things. And when they left, the other government in power. Like they were not doing the right thing. They were not even in the country. They were going to do everything. That's some government ministry. There's no water. You get powerful, there's no water. You go, you poo on yourself. You pee on yourself. You don't know how to go and touch the bathroom. You go to the government. But the land, no money today. What was flexing the issue all over the place? The government in the country. What of all over the country, all over that. What money today? You see that in the office. Trying to position. So we know that when they put our flexing, put in a flexing. We remind them every day that what you were paying yesterday, today I talk with you. I'm going to say.
Okay. Okay, Master, thank you. Thank you all so much. 07764 9986. Call and speak a man of El Hoya Peace. 07764 9986. We have 22 minutes downside 11 o'clock from our end here in Liberia. 07764 9986 plus 231 777 9986. If no calls, we turn over to Mr. Jerome Gayman to continue.
Thank you very much, guys. The topic today is better than any guest could have provided because this is something that goes to the heart of the people and they are expressing it. We have opened up Pandora's box, something that folks want to always talk about, but they can't. But today, the platform.
Mr. Gayman, we have someone here. Hello, caller.
Go ahead.
Yeah, your name, where do you call from?
I'm Gabriel Dearis.
Calling from where? You have to be audible.
Yeah, calling from Broadview.
Okay, make your point.
Yeah, the issue, thanks very much to you people getting our country, telling our people they fight. The issue here is that Liberia is like, we're not going nowhere. Because each time we will fight to work things up, to get the country, to get things at the full point. But we cannot see anything better. Look at our area, Douala. You cannot see nothing. You enter Douala today, you will see things working up the way it's not supposed to be. The place just smelling up. And most of the time, the country will come out to say, this is what we plan to do. We cannot see anything. The president just came to fool us. They came to fool us. So for this, we just pray and we'll continue to talk to them until we can see the next election by His grace.
Okay, thank you. Let's pick up the next caller. Hello, caller. Okay, we lost our caller. 07764 9986. 07764 9986. 07764 9986. You can call and make a point tonight on the closing argument show. Mr. Gayman, you just go ahead until we get calls.
Great. Let me welcome Robert Garguah, then I go back to Tomalin George were in flight. Welcome to the show, Robert.
Thank you. Thank you. It's good to be on.
Great. Honorable George, you were in flight. We are talking about sanitation, and it is something that everybody can relate to. It is bad. All the calls we got.
Well, you
guys,
know,
everybody mute while he is. If you're not talking, please mute.
yeah, well, you know, the issue about sanitation is a problem. You know, it's true that in Liberia, when you need to use the restroom, there's nowhere like on this side you can go to McDonald's, go to Burger King, or the fast food and use the bathroom, even on the highway and so forth. It's a serious problem because I know I was, but I won't lie though. Recently, when I was in Liberia, I was at the foreign ministry. I want to go check on my passport, and then I want to use the bathroom. I went to the bathroom and I used a good bath, but they came in to the bathroom where they had keys and all the open air. And some other places they go, they take water from the drum and put it in the stuff, and you know, and some of the places you go, like I remember, I went to one of the, I won't call the office, I don't embarrass the people. Went to the office and I was going to use the bathroom. They said, my man, you sure you won't go there? One day I was like, you know, but it's a serious problem. And in my house, the best place I love is the bathroom. My best place, the bathroom. I love it. That way I do all my checking my phone, looking on your phone and stuff. You're relaxing. You're watching all the videos you see. Yeah, all the highlights. I'm watching EJ game today, but I will see the highlights. Maybe when I go to the bathroom tomorrow, I will see how they cheated Egypt. I will see all that stuff and see whether Egypt were really cheated. But I have a problem with those who say either were cheated. You didn't put 2-0 to go and build, then you don't complain. That's it. I won't play, man. But back to the sanitation. Yeah, but it's a problem. So Mr. Gayman, is a problem, and hopefully we can work on that and ensure that all they have public bathrooms available where people can. But at a new park, in PHP, when I in Liberia, when I go in the morning, I go run. Yeah, you can use that bathroom. It's clean. They got people sitting there to give you tissue and everything. Whatever the case how you want to use a bathroom. They got people sitting there to but just that's an isolated place. But throughout the place, you on Broad Street, you jam. How you manage? I play Friday. Where you run? You go in offices. You gotta go through.
You will run from Broad Street to PHP. By the time you get to PHP, then you mess up yourself.
It's a problem though. It's a serious thing, and people don't really take it serious. But until you get caught up with it, you know, and so forth. Like you know, especially those are all who aging. You are 5 minutes. You won't go to the bathroom. You won't use the bathroom. And you know, I don't need to have this thing on Amazon. They got this smart alternative, man. They got this special cup on Amazon. When you're driving on the highway, you can just park on the side and use that cup. I said, I don't you.
Yes.
But they got it now, you know, or so forth. But it's a challenge, and I pray that we can take care of that. You know, what we can take care of. But it's a serious thing, though, and I don't think we're making an effort to improve on it.
Well, let me, Robert Garguah, when we talk about public policy, I know Victor Nagbe going to tell me that the white people suppressing us, it was designed globally to hold Africa down, so Africa can't even build toilet. We could have built toilet, but the white people made us do it. The people, colonialism made us, we can't build. The white people, they look, you don't know what damage the white people have done. To even build toilet, they're holding that down. You build toilet, they will kill you. Any minister that talk about toilet, the CIA will assassinate you. But let me talk to you, Robert Garguah. You and I and all the PhDs, my own friend Josiah Joker, according to Joker, all these people with PhD come from America. All the Dara Dillons and all the people in the house. You want to tell me nobody can introduce a legislation that says as of 2026, no home will be built in this country without a working bathroom? What does it take? Do you have to be a social scientist? Do you have to be a nuclear scientist or physicist to come up with something simple that listen, if you cannot build a home in this modern day without a bathroom? I mean, what is so difficult about that? Am I the smartest man on the planet or what?
Yeah, but Mr. Jerome, I presume that if Mr. Namwe made those statements, I don't think contextually, I don't think he would say that the white people The reason why after all these years of colonization, after we've killed the American Liberians, after all these years of civil crisis in our country, scars that still affect us today, that it is because of that we have failed to build or have a plan to modernize our cities and our environments and our homes. Um, and I hope that's not what he was saying. Secondly, listen, I don't want to build a house uh, with a modern toilet, and then I'm still using bucket to flush the toilet. That's like
You're right.
living in the village 2.0. People build toilets for a particular reason. In Liberia today, even with certain homes that have toilets, they're still using a bucket to flush toilets.
Mm-hmm.
Homes that have some of the best showers are still using bucket to take bath. And listen, I enjoy sometimes. I do that when I'm in Liberia sometimes because I miss it. Right? We used to take bath, like that in the bucket, hot water, and things like that. But is that what we should be doing in 2026? Absolutely not. And so
Not at all.
I think there are some fundamental issues that we must address before we even talk about
The
before we
code,
even talk before
simple
we even
simple building code. What does it take to?
well, but listen. All of the homes now in our country, and homes that are currently under constructions, are not building to be connected with a structural water connectivity. Most of these homes have what you call it
Septic.
they
Water
have
tower.
Septic.
towers. They have to yeah. That's not how it works.
But it's better than defecating the plastic.
Well, I understand that. The point that I'm making is the mindset. The mindset. Listen, we have been singing this song when it comes to sanitation since I was a boy. I'm a man now. We're still singing this song, and I'm sure we've been singing this song since my dad was a boy. He's a senior citizen now, and my fear is that we will continue to sing this song until I become a senior citizen, and then where are we?
Because we
And
don't have
and
a national plan.
and what baffles me though is that the desire of our people to want more, to
It's
want
low,
better.
low
Where
desire.
is that desire? Because if they had any kind of desire to want more for themselves and for their unborn children, their grandchildren, they will make that very clear at the ballot box. Years after years, elections after elections, we've been saying the same thing. Is it the responsibility of politicians to be building roads in their respective districts? Is it the responsibility of politicians to build clinics and hospitals? Is it the responsibility of lawmakers, representatives, and senators to build markets in their districts? Is it their responsibility? No, it's not. But as we speak today, senators and lawmakers are still getting what they call development fund
Legislative project fund.
with absolutely no mechanism for accountability
Accountability.
whatsoever. And so it's the mindset, the structure. It's the mindset. We need a
Correct.
new system of governance.
Sure.
That's it.
We need new leaders with new ideas. We need radical leaders. We need people who can come and disrupt the system in a good way. We should forget about. Listen, I'm not rich, but I'm not looking for government job to continue a lifestyle because I'm confident that government job or not, I can still take a nice vacation. I can still live in a nice house. I can still drive a nice car. So I'm content. We need politicians who are thinking about the progression of the country,
who are thinking about changing the lives of the people. Everybody will never be on the same level. We see in this country, there are blue-collar workers, there are middle class, they are rich, they are poor. There are a lot of rich people in this country. Some of them are moving from one state to the next where they won't get taxed more money. People talk about 5%, 15% in New York. There are a lot of politicians that are leaving, rich people that are leaving New York for places like Louisiana. 50 Cent is one of them because the taxes are very low, right? But when are we going to have a middle class in Liberia? When are we going to say everyone will not own or drive a nice car, but at least everyone can afford to live in a decent home? Everyone can afford to retire with some dignity and respect. Everyone can afford to send their children to a nice school.
Yeah.
This is the mindset.
Yes.
But in Liberia today, you're poor or you are extremely rich.
And how you get your rich? How you get your money? By stealing from the
That's the
very
question.
people that are
Government.
poor.
If you got most of these guys, government, most of the folks who work in the government today, they didn't have no sustained income
No,
in America.
they are stealing from the people.
Look at people like Eugene Fagan, the man with 4 AAA degree. If you ask him for his work history in America, he has 0. He was I heard he was selling he was making farm in Alabama.
No,
Right?
yeah, you are selling at an African store.
Right. He has no, but today he called himself,
He's
I'm a
director
big
general.
man.
Can you
I'm a
imagine
big
that?
man. I am a big man. Yeah, he's a big man, only in Liberia, right? So we need to change that. But I'll close on this note. All of the issues, Mr. Gayman, sanitation being one of them, education, healthcare, all of these critical issues are election issues. Are elections issues. What I would like to see as we change this whole political dynamic, we need to have politicians who are capable of congregating and discussing these issues policy-wise. What would you do differently? What are your plans? Don't just tell us the what, tell us the how. It's easy to tell us what you would do, but how do you intend to do it? How do you intend to raise funds to increase the budget? That you will ensure that 80% of the budget goes towards recurring expenditure, but goes towards infrastructure development. How do you plan on doing that? It's easy to say we'll raise the budget to $1.2 billion, but how much of that money goes back into the people's interests? How much of that? So we need politicians who are capable enough. They don't have to have PhD degrees. A lot of PhD holders, they don't know how to. They can't even articulate themselves. They can't tell us what their plans are. I don't care about that. I want to hear people who have serious plans, people who have records of actually getting things done, and people who are not afraid of accountability. We need that. We need that, or else all we're gonna hear is all noise. Look at the offices. I was watching my friend, the Minister of Information. Someone posted something about it was at his office watching the game. It's a pretty nice office over there he has. They got it all set up. He got his TV there. I think it was a 65-inch TV. They got connection to watch the game. They got nice chairs, and I'm sure hopefully the bathroom looks good. But if we can have that standard in our offices in Liberia for politicians, why don't we have public toilets? Why don't we have trash cans all across Monrovia where people can throw trash of littering? Why don't we have that? Why are these things not mandatory? You know why they're not mandatory? Because the people do not demand them. They care more about who's going to get them bag of rice, who's going to pay their children's school fees, when they don't understand that themselves can work, earn money, pay their children's school fee, buy their own bag of rice every month, build their own homes, and still demand for public sanitation and all of these things that are concerning to us. So listen, the mindset, if we don't change our mindset, both voters and our politicians, we will be singing this song many, many years to come when I'm a senior citizen, and I will be right in Liberia there living a good life.
Let me go to Mr. Nagbe. Mr. Nagbe, I'm going to disagree with Robert to some degree when he said that people cannot make a demand. You cannot give what you don't have. when your worldview is from a deep Grand Bassa County, you never even been to anywhere, you went straight to Monrovia. So you can demand more. You what is it that you're demanding? In fact, Monrovia for
What do you know to demand for?
Yeah, for you, Monrovia is heaven. So you can't ask for anything more. But
but then wait now, before Mr. Nat, but so now so they argue. So then why they fire Joe we are then? The people know what they want to. Why they fire Joe we are?
Listen, you are talking about rhetoric, you are talking about propaganda, you're talking about all of those things. But if you went to my uncle from the district number 5 in Grand Bassa County, brought him to Monrovia, and you ask him what is it you want, he will tell you he wants something better than what he had in number 5. Because in number 5, he living in a tax house, mud house. You bring it to Monroe, you get zero. Zero is an improvement to the mud house where he was living. So that's amazing. He will tell you, my son, thank you for bringing me to Monroe. I can see light. To him, that's an improvement. But what we are talking about, when the Robert Garguahs of the world, the Tomalin George of the world, the Johnny, the Setons of the world, when we go to Liberia after we have been exposed to all the greatness around the world, and you say, give me, they appoint you or the people elect you, it is your job to better their lives. That's what everybody in the interior say, I want to send my child to go to school so this child can make my life better.
To effect change.
That's correct. When you come back, this American message, lift as you climb, right? As you're going up the ladder, lift somebody along with you. But Mr. Nagbe, we don't even have a code, building code. Forget about the enforcement. Because if the law is that you are, from 2026, you are not going to build any home that doesn't have a toilet, that doesn't have XYZ.
Mr. Gayman, before Nagbe comes in, we have building code law of 1950, I think 53 or 56. And that law tells all, it's basically about Monrovia. And when they had just Ashmore Street, Benson Street, those streets there, which what part of Monrovia will have high-rise building, what part will have low building, or whatever. But since 1956, there has been no review or amendment of that law to move up to this reality. And that's just for Monrovia. And you see, once Monrovia is disorganized, everywhere else will get disorganized in Liberia. So go ahead, Nagbe. Sorry, I don't want to provide that information.
Johnny, if you can do us a favor and pull up that law or that code, it would do us a great favor so we can share it on our. Mr. Nagbe, go ahead.
Yeah, let me quickly dispel the characterization by Jerome Gayman that
the crewmen speaking of.
Yeah, they killed
Patrick. CMC brother.
Yeah, they killed Patrick Lumumba because he tried to bring toilet to Liberia. Go ahead.
Yeah, but look, quite honestly, I think Jerome, you made a point. This is what government is supposed to help, especially our countries. Where the resources are limited. You have to manage the resources prudently, judiciously. It's not everything that you want to do that you must do. When we say, our disappointment in government after government after government, this is what we are pointing to. Almost for the past, I can't even put my finger on a particular president. I say, yes, this president actually really stepped up and addressed our people. Some people talk about Dopoh, and all of that. I disagree. Dopoh was a lot of talk, a lot of talk relative to what he could have done. He did better than Dopoh did. I agree. He did better than most of the guys before him, but still, we're talking about to the fullest potential, not just like what Gongloe is telling us not to do, at least, This is what we're telling the people in the CMC. We want to show you what is possible. We want to take you beyond the horizon so you will see what is possible, what government is supposed to do. There is no society that we can call a functional society you don't have current. You understand me? Especially Africa that is so hot. You go in there, people smelling with sweat. You sit in the car with some of the people. You really don't even want to be, you know, and I'm not dissing our people in any way. I understand. But you're talking about sweat with the heat makes up, you know, even, you know, some females sometimes, you know. It doesn't have to be that way. People, most of them don't have that much. First of all, they concern themselves 24/7 with just finding food to eat. Who cares about how they smell? Or, you know, nobody, they don't have the time. That is a luxury for them. No electricity, no running water, you know. And Mo Ali comes and sit here, you know, and tell us that 76% of the people have access to safe drinking water. What the hell?
And yet instead, the toilets don't have water, though.
Exactly.
But yet instead, the houses got water.
You guys are,
you said they just fool the people, man. It's
Dr. Peabody and other people, even some of the big places you go, you still take water in from the drum and put in the toilet, you know, and then, you know, you come and then where do you eat? Then where we eat? You go to the restaurant, people still go to the bathroom and use the. How is it that we don't get sick? Cholera and all of these things, you know, it is a joke, you know. I always say here, Barney Sherman was one of the richest people in Liberia for a long time. He was working at the Capitol building. He took sick. You know, they didn't have a way to they didn't have a gurney. They didn't have
ambulance.
I'm sorry?
No ambulance either.
No ambulance, no first aid, nothing, Jerome. They carry him bodily. You understand me? Even the people in the Capitol building where we spend all the day, they got no first aid kit. There's no nurse
first aid kit. Exactly.
No nurse on site. You go in that building, you know. Look, Liberia is a failed state. We are a joke. We are a joke, and don't wonder why, you know, a clueless person like, you know, Yellow Machine is calling us shithole country. Why would they not call us that? I mean, we continue to display example after example after example after example. How can you call that a country? You in the street, you want to ease yourself, you know where to pee. The other day I was around Apoto, I think I almost pee myself. I had to run upstairs and ask the children to use the bathroom. You know, and then when people stay on the sidewalk and pee and we blaming them, are we really going to blame them? It is not their fault. So our government after government is a failure. A function. Those are the little things put together that make a society a civilized, functional society. Safe drinking water, pipe-borne water, so that you can flush the toilets, electricity. And then you talk about the roads, and then you talk about agriculture feeding ourselves, you know? And none of those. We come in there with bluff, you know, big talk, big talk, you know? Every government and country have their own national agenda plan, you know, a national plan. Plan after plan after plan after plan. And you find out when they come in, if they even accomplish 10% of that, you know, they've done well. You know, they come in, they talk and talk. These two last governments, no debate. We are ran away. Waka ran away. How is it you want to be president? You can't tell the people what is it you want to do for them. No debate. And yet our people elected them.
Mm-hmm.
Elections have consequences.
Yeah.
This is
exactly.
We might as well live with it for the next 6 years. We choose this government. We choose the government before it and the government before it. So, you know, we got to wake up. Those are in the progressive community. We have said this, and I'll give it to you. We have pluralized participation in politics. Everybody now, we are not going to be president of Liberia, right? But we now have to educate the electorate, sensitization. Our people have to make smart choices. You got to know who you're voting for. You can't just vote for anybody who kind of wear a nice suit and talk nice. Our people have to develop the capacity to scrutinize what it is that our people are presenting to them. What are they pledging to do for you? Do they have the capacity to do it? You know, people come and talk, be talking, and then we elect them, we put it in the office, and then what do? They go build market hall. Okay, first of all, what am I supposed to sell in the market? I don't have the money to sell.
No, the big town hall.
No road go to the market hall.
Thank you. Well, back to you guys. You know, I'm just sitting and enjoying you.
Real quick for those of you who were not born in the
interior. We build bus stop, but no bus. What are you going to start with the bus stop?
You start there first. Let me tell you this. Those of you who were not born in the interior, I was born in the interior. Our towns, the people woke up in the morning. The first thing they did was to sweep the town.
Mm-hmm.
Quarterly.
Yes.
The town chiefs, all the men, They will brush the road, clean the road to the next town. Then the men in that town brush the road to the next town. All the towns, all the roads are passable. All the roads are nice and neat. That is the responsibility of the town chief, to make sure that the town is clean and it's like a code. It is enforced. Every time in the year, all the men, all the roads that lead to the next town, you have to clean it. And then the people in the other town, they take it to the next town, to the next town, to the next town. All the towns are. This is what it did in the interior. So if we can create those kinds of codes in the villages, and the town chief enforce, the chiefs, they enforce the law, and it works very well. How come the people with a PhD in the city cannot do that? How can the people in the city, we came from the embassy with some folks from the embassy staff, and they wanted to buy some African clothes and go. So they said, let's go down Benson Street. We got to Benson and Gurley Street, and the whole place, the pipe over there had busted for years. And you white people were jumping from rock to rock. Oh, Mr. Gayman, you got to be careful. The feces all over the place. You are in my country. You telling me. You are in my country. You telling me I should be careful when you jump over that place, because when you see they're all feces. In my country. And then we got to the diamond and jewelry store, and they say, you know what? We first of all got to verify whether these people are studying legitimate, whether this is not blood diamond and all that other stuff. So they have the question you for how you got the diamond, how you got to go, and all that. At the register, is it clear? They couldn't answer those questions, so they took their money back. They didn't buy anything. They went back. So this is what I'm talking about. If you have looked at my face, to see people there was a guy from Zimbabwe.
Jerome, you give me 5 seconds. Let me tell you, if you think the expatriate situation was embarrassing, President Ellie Johnson Sirleaf, she went to where I am from, Barobo. She went, I understand, Gofakin, and she's a female, right?
She is?
At that time, yeah, you didn't know that, right?
I didn't know that.
You wanted to use a bathroom, Jerome? No bathroom. No functional bathroom. The president, a female, an elderly woman. So, and having lived through that, of course, now went back to address that. But I'm just telling you, the problems are right there they're in our faces. And yet, we got plans for the big things. We want to go to the moon, right?
Brother Nagbe, I think the fight is they don't see these things as problems. They see them as a poor way of life for them. Because look, Mr. Gayman, they don't see, because if they see it as a problem, they will actually do something. They'll see it, they will address it with urgency. But they don't see it as a problem. Oh yeah, people here, how they live here. So we can manage with them. When we go back Morovia, we live our life in Morovia. That they and us relationship. But if we were concerned about Liberia being seen as a holistic society, and we all should have better living conditions, once you are a leader, you get to those places, see the situation, it will be an urgent matter for you to address and look at.
No, but those of you who don't go,
there's a saying, say the fish are rotting from.
Real quick, Citron, I'm coming to you. Yeah, go ahead, Victor.
No, go ahead. I'm done. Thank you.
There's a saying that goes like this: the fish get rottings from the head.
Yeah.
Honestly, those folks that are in government that are holding responsible positions, like the managing director of the Liberia Water and Sewer Corporation, the Maria City Corporation, the folks, the head of the sanitation department at the Ministry of Health, the other organization, all of these institutions, if I were President Garguah today, none of them get job because, hold on, let me finish.
Let me
they were given those positions. They were given those positions to address the water sanitation issue in the country. We can't continue to have this conversation, and these people are being paid taxpayer money, and they are doing nothing to address the issue of sanitation and water
What is
in
the marching
Monrovia.
order? Sit down. What is the marching order from the president to these people?
It is not there. No, we have the arrest agenda, but the arrest agenda does not have a plan.
Who is the employer of these people? Who
Plan.
employed them? Who employed these
As
people?
a president, that's what I'm saying. The fiscal office from the air.
So the president should get the instructions. Say, look, you are appointed to do this work. I want to see this and this and this done.
I want to see
But if you don't-
results. After I can see results, you go.
But listen to this. Let me tell you. Listen, we have to have this conversation honestly. Before Joseph Walker became president, have you ever driven by his house?
Yes.
Did you see how that place looked?
Yes.
Okay. The reason I'm saying this is there's a word in the Bassa language called dia. Means they are aliens. That means your lifestyle, your living condition, your culture. We're not talking about our regular culture now because the culture in the interior, the people live better.
Mm-hmm.
But you become immune to dirt. You have become immune to filth. You have become immune to failures, that bathroom being clogged, and the smell in the place. You are so immune to it because you grew up in some place where this is normal. It becomes normalized.
Mm-hmm.
So you go into like the video that I was showing from the tele and post place there. A big ministry as that, okay, for the camels to be filled, and people are so jammed that they go and defecate over defecation.
Yeah.
And when the camel is filled, they do it on the floor.
Yeah, it's so nasty, man.
Yeah.
So you wonder when the Congo boys walk up to you and say, you know what, you are inferior. You say you can't do it, your Congo people can't do that. But this is what we are talking about. And say, you know what? At least when we were running this place, you came in here, it was dignified.
Nobody has slap, okay now.
Whatever it was dignified. You could not have gone to any of those ministries in those times and see something like this. And here we are with our PhD. All of what you go in the office and these guys got PhD all on the wall, degrees after they memorize the whole book and get everything, but they do not have the corresponding knowledge. Yes,
let me add quickly, right? I don't know how many of us here have worked for government. I worked for government briefly, right? The national budget, every year, that budget that the president presents, right? The budget is a combination of all of the agencies, right? Every agency develops its budget with the plan of action intended to spend this money on attached, right? That's how the president put all of that together. That's how the budget is developed. Now, when the budget is developed and the appropriations are made, they are made based on your pledge that this year, this is what I will do this fiscal year. Who is monitoring these people? The Director General of the Cabinet has a responsibility. Natana Kwabo, he is the current Director General of the Cabinet. Who is following up on these people? You bring your budget, you tell the president this year, I am from LEC, Water and Sewer, wherever this year, I'm going to supply 100,000 homes. This is how I'm going to do it. All of that is spelled out in the budget. That is the budget you present, to the budget director. And then they compile that, they put it together and make the national budget. So right now with $1.2 billion. What are the aspirations? What are the plans that this budget is supposed to finance? We don't follow through. Every year is the same thing.
And we've gone 6 months already.
It's the same thing. But there is a way to follow through on that. If you don't do what you told me you would do, like you would have done last year, why am I going to be financing you this year? But there's no accountability. Somebody talk about the president. I don't disagree at all. He is the president, but he has people who are supposed to help him. Is he calling on these people to advise him? He has the Director General of the Cabinet. He has the Director of the Budget. He has, the Minister of State. He has an economic advisor. He has a lot of help available to him.
And happy DU.
Thank you. The one that Dr. Muniba was heading, right? Something like that. Yeah.
Robert Garguah.
Well, so for all to say, yeah, the president will try to absorb him here, I disagree. First of all, look, this job, the president wouldn't force him. He campaigned for the job for 12 years, right? After
And he can't solve the problem.
Exactly. He knew the
Yeah.
problem. He knew what to do. That's why he came to do. And he's over there. He's been there 3 years. He can't find his way. He can't
No bearing yet.
And now they're getting ready for another 6 years. They already got Nemo all over the place. Nemo was here yesterday. Couldn't figure out how to come on.
And Nemo fell on the chair. Robert Garguah, the president said, according to him, he was born in a village. He grew up in the village and he walked to Monrovia, and somebody, God smiled upon him. He got into the graces of the top echelons of Liberian society, went to the best high school, CWA, hung out with the best of the best, and still, we have not been able, we took him from the village, but we have not been able to take the village out of the guy. His administration is a mess. We are talking about that kind of thing. This man with a 50 years experience of the top echelon. We're talking about eating caviar and drinking Dom Perignon and all this stuff. And this man doesn't even have a quality control segment of his administration to find out whether these policies we are reading, not implementing because they just read them, whether there's a quality assurance person that goes and say, yes, this has been done. Yes, like here, next week or so, I'm going to have the health department come in to make sure that the food that I serve, my kitchen staff, they all got a certification. The gas and electric people from the fire department are going to come in to check my kitchen to make sure that the electricity, the propane gas, everything is up to speed. They're going to come and check the bathroom and everything. That's quality control. That falls on me. Before they get here, I have had a meeting with my staff, make sure that everything is it's ready and to go. The bus drivers, you got to make sure you take the bus in for servicing. The AC should be working, everything. The fire department will come and check all the fire extinguishers, make sure that we pass, because our federal funding depends that we pass 100% of all what we're supposed to do. That's quality control. Why is it that they don't do these things in Liberia?
Because they're not demanded. The president, not just the president, but Mr. Jerome, there's no system. There's no system. There's no desire for accountability. I talked about that earlier. And this brings me to something that this is very simple in management, right? There's something that we do every Thursday, and this is a norm at most hotel operations. We call it label critique. So accounting gives us, based on the business that we expect and based on the occupancy, accounting will give us a particular number of hours that we are supposed to use as managers, right? And in the F&B department, sometimes it's unpredictable. So, for instance, today we had the Argentina and the Egypt game. Occupancy is 76, roughly about 76, 80%, because again, not all of the fans are checking in at my property. And then we have like 5 small groups in house. When I say like small groups, you talk about, let's say 200 attendees, 300 attendees. I think one of the group have about 600 attendees. And then you have to look to see what are the activities. Do they have anything in banquets? So you have to get all of the information. But based off of all of this, accounting will say, Robert, you have 60 hours to use on Tuesday. And it's up to you how you use your 60 hours, but you cannot go over 60 hours. And if you go over 60 hours, you have to come to my office on Thursday, every Thursday at 3 p.m. to critique your hours. Why did you go over this? The productivity demand
that you do this. And so I look at the 60 hours and I'm looking at the numbers and I'm like, okay, I'm going to go over 60 hours. And yes, the reason why I'm going to go over 60 hours, because strategically I want to make more money. So I'm thinking if the game starts at 12 o'clock, accounting has no idea what's happening when it comes to the operation. They look at the numbers. So I'm like, okay, instead of opening at 3 p.m. or 4 p.m., I think that my department can generate more revenue. If it's $100,000 or $75,000, I can certainly generate more revenue if I decided to open for lunch. Now, even though my outlet does not open for lunch normally, but I think I can critique this. So I will use an additional 20 hours or 15 hours, and I open early. So they don't have a problem with you going over necessarily, but you must have an explanation, an operational explanation as to why you did that. And you know what makes this even sweeter when it comes to our bonuses and things like that? If the explanation of why I decided to add 20, 15 hours more than what I was given for this particular day makes sense operationally, and the numbers reflect that, oh man, I'm a genius. Not only have I brought in more revenue to accounting, where just the first week into this month, right? I've actually strategically given my folks more hours, made them more money, and I can explain why I opened 3 or 4 hours earlier than normal. This is this is normal practice. And the reason why this is stuck in our head, and if I didn't have an explanation, guess what? I'm not going to do it. Because if I can explain it, I can explain it. So when you ask the question about who is responsible to check all of these different things, the buck starts and ends with the president of Liberia. If these systems were not in place, do you think I would care whether we open at 4 o'clock or 12 o'clock? Do you think I would care whether there has to be an operational explanation as to why I'm using 20 more hours than what was given to me to use on this particular day? Do you think I would care about explaining why I didn't meet $400,000 or $1.2 million budget in the first or second quarter? These things matter. But when you have no structure, when you have no systems, when you have no demand, and this is why I said it starts with the people. You can come from the village. The people in the village have demand. The way they communicate those demands are different, but those demands are there. They won't tell you, they won't articulate, listen, I want to live in a nice house with electricity, but they know they need bathroom. They will always build what they can afford. They will go they will go in the bushes if they have to. But does that mean that they won't appreciate if they had a bathroom in their homes to what you might call? And so people who know better, Mr. Jerome, do better. That's the expectation. But when those people who know better intentionally decide not to do better, it is important that you have a system that will demand that they do better. And if they fail to do better, that very system will reprimand them. When people don't produce, they lose their jobs. Simple as that. When you don't produce, you don't meet the criteria, you don't get the bonuses that you're promised. This is a norm. It's up to you to strategically ensure that you are following what you need to do, right? To make sure you're meeting your numbers, to get those bonuses. It benefits no one else but you. But when people are having free lunches, when people have free gas slips, when people have free vehicles, when people can sit at the offices and watch free games, they don't care how the bills are getting paid. And worst of all, if no one cares about their productivity, what do you expect of them? What do you expect of them? There's a reason why we don't drive. I don't drive beyond 40 miles per hour or 60 miles per hour in a school zone. I want to hit that gas on my BMW. I can't. You know why I can't? Because even if there are no cops there, those cameras will capture my license plate and I will get a ticket home in my mailbox. Systems are important. So Mr. Jerome, The buck starts and ends with the president. Whatever the president wants in Liberia, the president gets in Liberia. So if the president was serious about development in Liberia, development will come there. It can be as complicated as listen, the problems in Liberia are enormous. I get it. I get it. But you must prioritize. Are we prioritizing the people's problem, or are we prioritizing our personal problems? I think the answer is obvious. Our politicians and our leaders are more concerned about their own homes, how big or how they spend their home. Look at the president. The president has to spend his own home. You think if he wasn't president, he would have done that? He would have been able to afford the funding to do that? The president got a new car. You think he would have been able to afford to get a new car? We are more concerned about our own pockets and our homes, our cars, our girlfriends, our wives, what schools our children go to. And we are less concerned about the people we represent the most. We have to change that.
Victor, I know we're getting close to our closing here, but let's talk about, this is an idea that I floated. I know I may not be the only one, but this thing they call property identification system, right? Where the country should be integrated, where we should have addresses on every building. We are seeing people are dying daily because of fire, where you can't find where they are. If you even know where they are, the fire truck can't get there because of how we do everything. You think the 21st century now, we will say, 2026, there will be nobody built. You were just in Liberia, from Monrovia now to smell the taste. Everything you looked at, everything has just joined, right? You can't tell where Monrovia ends and where, because they just built all over the place. I mean, you go to Boys Town, people just building everywhere. There is no, you're building behind somebody's house, somebody build on your side, there is no structure, and yet and still, all these educated folk, nobody is saying we need to put in place, and I know it's expensive, but we're going to do a property identification system. We're going to break the city into grid. You can't just build anywhere you want to build. It's not only that it's civilized, but it saves lives because of emergency. Ambulances can get to you. All of these things, nothing is happening. Is it because we are giving power to commoners, people who are not supposed to have power? And I will read this to you real quick before.
But who are the commoners now?
No, I'm coming.
Commoner? They're not commoner.
But listen, listen. In 1829, right? Andrew Jackson had the most infamous election, inauguration. The people told him, they say, Andrew Jackson, you are the mayor of the people, but you cannot open the White House, the inauguration to the public. He says, I am the mayor of the people. He opened the inauguration to the public. And the commoners came in, they vandalized the White House, broke the channel. They had never seen any of these things before. Some of them were taking pictures of the wall. The president had to jump out of the window. After the inauguration, they did the assessment. Yeah, these people did not belong here.
We're going to joke though, the masses.
Yeah, these people were taking with chandeliers, picture from the wall. They were taking to Tennessee. They were taking to Kentucky. It was a souvenir. They were coming to the house. So here we are. We are bringing all these people now. The guys who had no idea, they don't know how government is run. They don't even know that flush toilet needs to be in your office. We brought them all together and we elected them. Now they're over there. And they're going rockers now. We say, but what's wrong with these people? But we told you. So you the progressive, we the progressive, we say, open the system, let everybody come now. Everybody's here. Then we complain. You know what you say?
You know, as we were talking, someone was tapping in the comment section that, you know, we have codes, you know, building codes or whatever we call those. You know, all of these things are on paper in Liberia, Jerome. The problem we have is, you know, implementation, enforcing the law, and there is a complete breakdown of almost all of these problems we have there is some written document somewhere to help us address them. We just don't.
Yeah, but Victor, real quick, what you were a teacher? Why when you suspect a student for plagiarizing, right, or stealing somebody's work, when you call the student to defend the paper, what happens? He or she breaks down because it's not their work.
It's not their work.
What we are doing is we are cutting and pasting. You come to America, you look through the brochure, you see something nice, you say, oh yeah, this is nice. You just cut it and paste it. Now they tell you to come now and perform. And all of them,
so first of all, two things, right? Two things. I think one of the major mistakes we make in Liberia is that when the party wins, there is a general perception that, that party alone and just that party alone should run things in Liberia. I think that is a misconception, because all of us don't belong to the same organizations, but we have different training. So you have to be accommodating enough to reach out to the brightest and the best. I mean, we say it, but we don't follow through. So, two, the president also has to him available a reshuffle. You don't need any specific time, 6 months. Move people. You put someone in there and they're not doing what is. I hear the president go to the cabinet meeting, he's whining and complaining and all of that stuff. I just shake my head. If the person is not performing, you have the option of either removing them or sending them somewhere else where you think they can match their talent to the task. But when you win an election, right? If you win as CDC, and Jerome Gayman is in the Unity Party, and Jerome Gayman has experience at, say, fundraising, and you want to come to the UN to launch a fund drive to help rehabilitate your country, why would you not ask Jerome Gayman to help?
The problem there is that the party, one of the lieutenant of the party would say, but Jerome Gayman did not help you get elected. You're putting food in his pocket and you get him water to drink. You're sending him to die in America there. Why the other man who been burning behind the party since God was aboard, he's still in Douala. But the man ain't in Douala. If he came to America, he just coming to America for fun. He's not bringing no return on investment. But Jerome, you're hiring Jerome to come and put forth his expertise to bring back more money so that man in Douala can go and find job, even if it's not in government. That's the mindset. That's why they won't hire Jerome.
I don't disagree with Robert, but I think people have to also know that when the CDC government succeeds, even though it brings in Jerome Gayman from the UP, the credit goes to the government. It goes to the president in power, and I think that's an argument that can be made. But I'm serious. I think it's a mistake. This winner takes all attitude we have in Liberia. Once you win elections, you don't reach out. Help is available. Help is available. Yes.
Victor, you were on the show with the gentleman from Mozambique. There were one particular term that he stressed. He says the new generation that we are leading, they are demanding meritocracy.
Yes.
And that is one of the pillars. There is no way around it. So for us to retrieve our brain drain, we have to go after everybody that merits it, no matter where they are. He says, my job will be to make sure that when you are put there, you are given a short period of time to perform. If you don't perform, you move. And we bring somebody else who can do the job better. Meritocracy. I've never heard anybody in Liberia make meritocracy a public policy.
No.
A public policy, like he says, we gave you 6 to 9 months for you to show us your color. If you don't, you got to go.
You got to go.
9 months is a long time.
And I think it's a long time. That's fair enough, my man. I've given you the best shot, your best shot. You didn't give me your, and so it's time for you. We have to do that, Jerome. We have to. Because when we're done, we get what we have now in Liberia. look, I'm not knocking on Augustine Big phone. I didn't go to school with him, but a lot of my friends went to school with him. They say he's smart academically.
Yeah,
But
he can memorize.
does it seem to you like look, he is heading the Ministry of Finance and Development Planning? What kind of development planning you get from Ministry of Finance? What do you get? I mean, so it is clear that the brother may have talent, that will match somewhere else better than maybe the Ministry of Finance. The president can do a reshuffle, or he can bring in new fresh ideas. But it is obvious now, 3 years on, and this government is not moving. It is not, and they know it. They know it. I met someone in Sacramento. You saw some of the pictures I took some with them. They know it. They know that the people know they are failing. And this is why they are in such a hurry to declare victory everywhere they go to bring MOU. MOU now is being celebrated in Liberia. Everywhere they go to bring memorandum of understanding. But they're not producing the results, And I think it would have made them smarter if they brought in everybody and everybody was trying to put it. They would have found some success, but also we would all share the feeling, right? Because you don't expect 100% success. If you brought Musa Belede in and he failed at this, you can say, well, you know what? I'm just being mischievous here. But I'm saying to you, Jerome, the government has to forget elections at this stage and bring in the brighter and the best. Call on your best to come and help out. I've always said here, people got different talent. I think Alice Cummings has the capacity to help sell this government better than the current government is selling itself. I think Musa can do that.
Yep.
I think Alice Cummings can do that. I think Dr. Moniba can do that. There are a lot of people who are not in government. Ben Urich. There are a lot of people who are not in government now who I believe could bring a lot of benefit to this government.
Samuel Freeman. A successful young man who got
Exactly. Why is it when it is so obvious that the current core of leaders we have cannot do it? Why are we being so arrogant and acting and passing up and down that we can do it? When it is quite obvious that we cannot, we're not make it. We try our best, but we're not make it. So, Robert, but let me pass it back to you.
Yeah, Robert, we're getting close to our time here, but I was listening to some political and public policy expert, and they interviewed one of the former leaders of South Africa. He was in the old establishment. They asked him, how were they able to do this, to keep the government together, to do everything? And he said something that touched me. He said, first of all, he said 90% of those that were in leadership in South Africa, they were wealthy businessmen and women that had everything to lose. So it was incumbent upon them to do all they can, and they are still doing it, to keep the country together. And so they don't lose everything. So here we are. Some people are saying the problem they are having now in South Africa, those who are in power, are people who got nothing to lose. They don't have their skins in the game. So they can get away with rhetoric. They can get away with all these flashy speeches, and the country is burning. When the rioters were trying to get into the white enclave to go ask them whether these people were in the country, guess what they did? The white folks had their own military, and told them, if you come closer to our enclave, we will shoot you. And the black people who were chasing Nigerians and Ghanaians, they ran away. The guy said, we have invested hundreds of years. We are not going to allow you to come here and destroy it. You better get out. And those people that were chasing Nigerians and Ghanaians, go back to your country. They were running like dogs. So this is what we are talking about.
But Jerome, quickly before Raul comes in, Cyril Ramaphosa, who is the president, he was one of the boys. You were not even one of the. You were not like the Steve Biko tiger. He was But he made a lot of money associated with the ANC. He was wealthy before he came into government.
Of
Yes,
course.
he was one of the richest, young cadres that is ANC ever produced.
He never earned it. He did it because on the back of ANC.
Exactly.
Some of these people were farmers, generations of farmers and business owners. These guys came in, they got rich real quick. So they don't even know how to handle wealth and success. They don't even know. And if you talk to some of these guys like Jacob Zuma and these guys, when they leave office, 10, 15 years, they broke. The whole family is broke because they don't know how to manage wealth because they were rich, but they were not wealthy. Robert, this is where we are talking about the difference between wealth and being rich. You get rich quick in politics, but you are not wealthy. I mean, it's not grounded in generation. So you go broke or quicker, like here. Guys make it to the NBA, the NFL, they make $10, $20 million. They get rich from the ghetto, they rich fast. And then 80% of the NBA, the NFL player goes broke 4 years after they leave the league.
Yeah.
That's the difference between wealth and richness.
Yeah, I mean, interesting that you mentioned South Africa, because when I visited last year, and when you go to Soweto and Johannesburg, and you start to talk to those folks about their thoughts on Nelson Mandela, a lot of Black South Africans, some of them, obviously hail him, but a lot of them felt like he should have gotten rid of white civil servants, people who were in the government when he took over. But when you really study and you read to understand, his thought process in trying to unify the country and creating a smooth transition, you think about it, you think that this was a smart man, because a lot of the economic skills that at the time in South Africa, the Black South Africans were not trained for it. They didn't have the formal or informal education for, what was bringing in the money. And when you go to Cape Town and you go to South Africa and you go to Johannesburg today, you see the difference. You see the difference because white South Africans, still have the economic powers, and they still control the government in many, 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 many ways in South Africa. After all of the years of oppression and apartheid and things like that, but he was able to keep people who he knew had the training. He said, "I will keep these people. I will keep some of these people, and they will help train us." So that when we take over fully, we understand how they kept this country, even though we don't agree with them. But we needed power. We needed control. Now we have power, we have control. But what good would that be to us if we don't understand the work? If we don't know how to do it? Think about that happening in our country today. We talk about when one political party wins, everyone must from that party or who helped the party get elected must get a job. It doesn't work that way. When you win, campaign is one thing. Governing is another thing. As the president, when you win, election is over, you must refocus on your own legacy. What are some of the things that you plan to achieve? And who are those best suited to help you achieve those things? If I was a stand-up bearer of a political party, a lot of my folks wouldn't like me in that moment. Because it won't be about partisanship. It won't be about who fought the campaign. No. It's about who has what it takes to move us forward. People are just thinking that people sit in Liberia and think about the moment, and they forget that 6 years goes back so fast. Are we not supposed to think about 12 years? 18 years? Are we not supposed to think about that? I'm on the phone. Close the door, sir. No, close the door. I'm on the phone. Come back. Are we not supposed to think about that? I apologize, guys. I have this guy, this one guy who just burst into my office, boss, boss, boss. But yeah, I'm sorry. This guy always just bursts into my office and he just opens my door. But anyway, I apologize. But we have to think about that. We have to think about that. We have to think about our country. And so, listen, we need better. We know we need better. Are we willing to go through the work to get better? Are we willing to do that? And all of the names that you mentioned, I think I saw some of them at the CDC anniversary. The question is, what do we anticipate? Do we anticipate a 2.0, CPP? Is it going to get broken down before the campaign starts? Are they willing to put aside their egos and forge ahead in the interest of our people? But again, like I said earlier, I'm not on the side of any a coalition that is just focused on removing the current administration. I think we deserve more than that, because if we have learned anything, I think it's important to note that we saw what CPP did, and it's clear that what happened to CPP was an egotistical kind of thing. People didn't care about the policy. People didn't care about getting things done. It was about position and power. And the Unity Party got their way. They got positions and they have power. Where are we when it comes to all of the things that they criticize, all of the things that they came to rescue? Where are we with that?
Mr. Nagbe, let me say this before we close. Real quick, can you touch on if B Mountain or other corporations are bringing in their own electrician, their own plumber, their own cook, their own sweeper, their own, and we say you can't do this. We got plumbers, we got in a country, and then the man look at you and say, but if I go to your capital building and see your bathroom, I don't think I want to. I don't think I want to hire your plumber.
Okay, so it's not funny at all. Let me tell you now. but Jerome, you remember we were all expressing our dismay over the labor minister, right? And this is supposed to be, a brother whose eyes, are open, Kubo Kra. He's giving work permit out nilly-willy, understand me? How is it you give these people look, the problems that we're faced with, they're complicated, but they also are not complicated. Our whole attitude to governance, we need to reorient our government. Is not a place where you're not a social welfare, you're not an employment agency, but then, if these people are showing to us that some of the stuff they're doing with our resources can be done here, right? But they're bringing in their people, why don't we demand that,
But
I believe
demand for me to hire Liberian plumbers, and I'm coming to your administration building, to the Capitol building, and your plumbing is terrible. How will you demand that I hire someone for that kind of thing?
So yeah, you got a point, but I will carry you to some of the places where plumbing. Look, let me tell you something. I don't like to use the example of Mirabro because I think she she does deliver, but I don't think she does it from a point of formal training. And so people tell me she doesn't have a blueprint that she leaves behind, but she does produce results, right? Yeah. I went to GSA when I was 2016. I went to Monrovia. My friend Philip, worked with her. We went there. She took me to a bathroom to show me what they were doing at the GSA bathroom. She had, I think, 2 girls stationed there, and they give you the tissue. But that alone is a deterrent. Don't go in there and make a mess, because we will go after you and take a look. So that bathroom was one of few you could find. It can be done. But the point I'm making is this, and you're right. There might be plausible argument for these people bringing in their own people and all of that, but that is unacceptable. Train our people if you think they're not doing it right, so they can do it the way they. but they shouldn't be able to bring in their cooks, their drivers, and all that. No, you can't do that. You can't do that. Those are jobs that are supposed to be given to the local people. You know, how will we grow the economy? You bring in all of these people, you're supposed to pay these people here so they'll do these jobs, and they put the money into the economy. Now, we were talking about Zimbabwe the other day, and I like to bring it up. Robert Mugabe's old country that is making a turnaround. They've decided that some of their resources they will add value to those resources right there in Zimbabwe. Lithium, for instance, right? Where those people were just mining it and putting it in the bag that we mine the rubber and take it from Firestone, latex, and put it on the truck and send it to Akron. Why don't we tell them to process it a little bit? By that, some Liberians will get jobs processing that rubber and adding value. And we can also produce some things at certain local. There's a whole lot we can do, Jerome. But we have to be committed. We got to have the arrowhead that would set the tune for us. It's not happening. And I thought this president would have tried that, but it is not happening. So these people coming, we don't even know what they're getting out of the soil. You and I, we witnessed some of it. We just tell them you'll go to B Mountain and farm every year. You'll get whatever 2 million, 3 million, whatever you'll give us. And these people, women pays on record. Some people getting what, $31 million per every 2 weeks or so. You do the math, and we're sitting there dirt poor, and these people, they come in and take everything and carry it. That same B Mountain, somebody did a comparison, the same B Mountain operating, I think in Turkey or somewhere else, the same company doing the same thing. Look at what they built in that other country and look at what they built in Liberia. I think it was Martin Colley or somebody who did that. Why do we do that to ourselves? So the way government is supposed to work, first of all, government is supposed to get out of this whole managing thing, Government is supposed to set the regulation and regulate these things. Get out of running LEC. Get out of running Water and Sewer. Get out of running JFK. Get out of running RIA. Get out of running those things. Privatize those things. You will see the efficiency. Those things will be run efficiently. You bring in the revenue and you do other stuff. But when we get there, because the president must appoint 70,000 people into government, it's an imperial presidency. All of that there, the presidency likes it. They like to appoint people. So at the end of it, what do we get?
Your name and where you calling from?
Thank you, my brother. Good evening to you, man. This is Abraham calling from New Jersey. The conversation you guys having at the end of the show really is very interesting, and I think you really need to expand on this. It has to do with how the local job can be. You can grow it for the locals. My brother at Nagbe talk about B Mountain and other things. But you have a president that is literally compromising that direction. Take for instance, wherein this president is he have subjected himself to the point that he have to be using these very companies, their largest. All of the immigrants, for instance, get flew to Turkey on a company plane to that particular area. So, obviously, there's a saying that, Jerome, that there's no free lunch. If these people are doing all of those things for you, it's a question of reciprocity. You have to pay them back. And you pay them back by compromising the interest of the resources. They will tell you what they will get, and you will be forced to accept. So those are the kind of situations. But if you have a resolute president that will say, look, I'm not interested in all these kind of issues, or rather, I want you to produce or get a finished product of some of these resources, or whether you build the economy predicated on this kind of conditions. But wherein, if you want to go to Fuya, you bring up let me get on it. What are you paying them back with? You'll pay them back with at the behest of the citizenry, the resources. So yes, it's going to be a very difficult thing for the economy to grow under these kind of circumstances. You need a resolute person that will not allow themselves to be compromised in that direction. That's what I did want to have, my brother. But thanks for the time, man.
Thank you, Mr. Hey, Robert, you're closing.
Yeah, always good to be on. I thought it was a fascinating show. It was a great show. Today, another African country was robbed at the World Cup with the inconsistencies of
the referees, and we saw what happened to Egypt. Um, I heard Tomalin talk about he disagreed with people who said Egypt was wrong, but he hasn't even watched the game. So I don't understand what his disagreements are. But if you watch the game, you'll see that Egypt was clearly wrong. You score a goal, and there's a possible foul at the other end of the field, and the referee goes to the VR to at least see what that looks like. Similar thing happens to Egypt, and the referee does not even go to the VR. He does not even attempt to go, Mr. Jerome, to say, you know what? Let me just see what this could possibly be. His on-field decision remained, and he was very adamant about that.
Mm-hmm.
That's inconsistency, and people can argue all day. Listen, you don't lose a 2-goal lead playing against Argentina when you have 15 minutes to go. I get it, but sometimes again, all of these things impact the mental of the players. They thought they scored 2 goals, and you want to score more goals when you're playing against Argentina because they got one of the best players in the world. But when you look at that field today in Atlanta, you wouldn't have thought that there were any Egyptians on that field because Argentinians basically took over the entire field. And tickets are not cheap. Tickets are $1,600, $2,000. And so I see this as a money thing for FIFA. They wanted to keep one of the biggest countries with the biggest player continuing, and Egypt did not tighten up their back line, and they were rocked. But it's football, and we move on. But I'm hoping that Morocco turns up against France. And if you look at the officiating, the officials that have been announced, they're all Argentinians. Can you imagine that? They're all they're all Argentinians.
It's fixed. This thing is.
I'm like, how do you put Argentina? And they said, well, and today the referee was a French referee, but all Argentinians. There's no VR. Everyone from Argentina, but it's part of the game. But Morocco is the only African team representing Morocco first, of course, and then Africa. So wish them all the best. But great show always, man. Great show. Great to see you guys.
Great. Honorable Nagbe, take us home.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you, Robert, Tomalin, Dr. Peabody, and our friend Junkies. Thank him on Myean as well. Great show, joining as well. Jackson. Thanks to the audience also for sticking with us. We didn't have a chance to talk about the drug situation today. Maybe we'll talk about it tomorrow. It is getting interesting. Rodney is on a tear. He's today. He talked about yesterday, I believe, Momo Saros and all of this. This is getting. It's. I heard Senator Dillon also. And again, I know Jerome. You don't like it when I say, as inconsistent as Dillon can be at times. But he does come through every once in a while. And, I heard him take a very vocal stand. So we'll be watching this saga. But, coming back to our country and what it is going through, Jerome, most of the things we are going through, you guys talk a lot about the, sanitation situation back home and all of that. Most of these things, they seem very complicated, but they're not. They can be easily solved. But we have to first of all take care of our administration, the rule of law, following the law. It's just as simple as that. When we allow the laws to break down, people do whatever they want. There are a lot of things that can go wrong just from that decision. Who I am, who are you dealing with, and all of that stuff. It's interfering with efficiency. And when we do that, the society crumbles. It is difficult to get it back on track. Simple things as, public bathroom, public toilets, sanitation. People say health is wealth, but we've spoken a lot about this, so I'm not going to go back and talk about it again. But, we in the CMC, we have a different view. We're telling you what is possible, and we're asking you to come with us. Come with us, give us a shot, If we don't do it in 3-6 years, you can go and try somebody else. But we have a plan for this country. We're going to run this country like we run business. And how do we know that? Well, Musa Bele is a businessman. He has run successful business. He's done very well for himself in Liberia. You know, I know Tomalin will not like this, but I will say it like it is because it's true. So we want you to come and bet your 6 years on us and give us a chance. See what we're doing now, and multiply that by several times when we take the match. We promise you, it's not gonna be like this. But God bless Liberia. God bless you all.
Thank you, Chief Tomalin George, for the comments and the calls we got. The public is saying we should have more of these kinds of conversations, things that are closer to them with their experiences, and they want to have a say-so. You listen to the call when it comes to the sanitation. It looks like one of the Reverend doctors said we should expand upon it and talk once in a while about issues directly affecting the people. And I think they have a point, and we've been talking about it. But likewise, drug is also one thing that is affecting the people, and we're not going to let the drug thing go. We're going to talk about it. We're not going to let it go because there are two King brothers. You arrested one, and you left out the CEO. So I don't know what's going on. Then not only that, but you took their business from them. Who is now running the cargo business now in Liberia at the airport? I won't be surprised if the contract is now being given to a Unity partisan. So these are the things we are talking about. So Chief, it's all yours.
Yeah, let me just let me start with the football game. I stand by my position that Egypt knew the odds were against them today. I mean, when you're playing Argentina as the world champions and know what's been happening to other African teams, you come with a game with a different mindset, and you can't be leading it 2-0 and you play fun around your own defense and cause you to equalize and come and beat you in the third minute of the game because of a 3-minute extra time when they scored that goal, I think, and so forth. So they should have known better on a serious note. They knew that it also against them, and the people trying to give Messi or send out all the things should come falling in line with it, annoyed. But they can't blame. I mean, the VAR, all that stuff, it happened through the World Cup. People see what happened. We see what been happening through the World Cup. The VAR being controversial, a lot of stuff been happening. We saw it, and so forth. You saw what happened to America. All you guys were saying that America will beat 3-1, 4-1. I mean, I was saying last night your prediction, all of it was off. America from the get-go of the game, you saw America. I knew that Belgium were going to beat them because all that stuff coming with a Trump intervention and the FIFA favoring them, all this stuff. It's part of play out an impact on the game. So we should understand that. With that in mind, let's put our hope on Morocco on Morocco tomorrow against France. It's a big game. Morocco.
They will do the same thing. They will do the same thing. We're talking about chicken. We're not talking about the coach losing 3 goals. Did you watch the game? You didn't watch the game and say you get stand your own. Did you go watch the game and come back?
I watched the excerpt before. I watched the excerpt.
Don't tell the full story. Go watch the
full game. Brother, I think Egypt.
Robert, let me tell you.
Egypt should have done a better game. Robert, you know the game. We saw what happened, but so I mean, Egypt should have done better than what they did. That on a serious note. The America got America last night. How can he play part of midfielders in the game? That was a game he should even feature Team We Are. They come and change the game around, but this coach, I mean, I hear him general reading just now.
You heard him? You heard his interview?
He talking about a $6 million contract, and they got he want to negotiate for the $6 million contract he got. They should have fired him right away. Come back.
But you also heard him? He said he's disappointed in Trump. He's disappointed in how this whole suspension thing unfolded.
I think Trump coming on. He said, make sure you lose the contract. I ain't play the fool.
Not only that, we'll deport him.
Yeah, but he didn't want to be that.
Yeah, but I think he should have done better, man. He should. I don't know why he kept Team We Are the game, but it's up to him, but we know one day. But I wish Team We Are the best of luck in his soccer career. I hope he bug up at his club level and continue to have a space on his club. Wishing the best. He's a great player. I admire him. I'm one of his fans. But in Liberia, the first thing is that the president, I think I heard Mr. Nagbe talking about it. Somebody was saying, but already, the president traveled to Turkey, and the first thing they said he's gonna be Erdogan is at the NATO summit. He's not gonna be with Boyga, except when the NATO summit ends tomorrow and he gets to be with him. But Erdogan is at the NATO summit. They're meeting with Trump and other people. They're gonna be. So I don't know what they're talking about. Is that energy company they're gonna? First of all, the energy company they play fluid oil Liberia. That energy company was rejected by Ellie and we are. They rejected that company. But now Boyga is guys on the plane to go to Turkey. I mean, it's conflict of interest. Something is not just for free. But we know what. But again, the legislature is controlled by Boyga, so they won't put no fire on him. He will do anything he want to do. They won't question him. They won't take him to tax for it. He'll commit the country, and that's what happens.
Say, that question for you, Tomalin. Asking whether the coach that United Partisan to.
But on the issue of the drugs,
no, they said Portuguese matter. We are because we are used to kick his butt, and we are beating many times in France.
If I was,
we are on top of him.
That's right.
The King brothers are by the time they break their silence, start to talk. They shouldn't let people just parade you with handcuffs on the street and in the place and take you to beach, to jail. You break your silence. It's time to start talking, and whoever involved, And again, too, I also want to call on the vice president to have a press conference to address all the issues that are coming. He shouldn't just dismiss it and just say, "Oh, and it's not true." Come on, address the issue, Mr. Vice President. Have a press conference, face the Liberian people, face the press, and clear and set the record straight. But I don't think the way it's trending, they're all international wires are going now. Is not a good thing for our country and for the image. So I hope he can address it as soon as possible. And the King brothers need to start talking. And then the Liberian Senate, just how they are being on the top of these guys. You call Momo Saros. Momo Saros is the chairman on national security and defense at the Liberian Senate. His security committee, Cigar is at the airport. So tell me now, what a role. I know that Harry gave a left statement today to defend his company, but the Senate should now get involved. A conflict of interest. What I mean, first of all, the man is chairman of security of the Senate, and he got a company at the airport. Come on, people, what's that? Remember the ruling party? They got all Liberians that got security company that needs that contract. But so tell me, right now, why is the senators now all playing games that they won't confront their colleague about his company? They just giving leaks to the press and talking it. That's how they're doing. It's wrong, But I think the Liberian people, the political parties should get on their backs, should pressure them, say this company should not be at the airport. If you can be the senator, your company there, and you want to defend it, I think it's wrong. You should get on their back right now. Make sure that the GRS, I think they are still at the state. I don't know what they're talking about. They start their business. No, I don't think so. It's operating. I don't know what they said. When they said they would do it, but they said they don't have the power to do it like that. That was an agreement. That's a signed agreement with the government. Ratify. You can't just break that kind of contract just like that. They go through process. So I think it's still in existence. It's still working, and so forth. But I urge them to break the silence to talk. Come on, call the needs of people involved. Whoever involved, bring them the book. Don't be afraid. And our country, as I end on this one, no, Liberian governance is in the hands of Liberians, and the political parties too. It's up to them because, for instance, let me give an example. If you are talking about coalition, you should learn from the past. Now, when the CDC got in the coalition with the MPP, it was clear. CDC said, "Look, we will head the coalition. We had anything we do with you guys, we had it. We can't run for vice president, you be president. So you want to do business on MPP and LPDP, we'll be the head, and then you'll find the vice president." And they went to that agreement, and it was successful. The CPP too, it should have been clear. Now, look, Joe Boyga already been vice president. He can't be vice president again. So they should come and clear. So look, if we're going to a CPP coalition, Boyga should have the ticket and let find a vice president. But they think was doing going primary, and when they started doing that stuff, then if the other party infiltrated it and people dismantled that CPP, that was a big mistake. when it came time for Baga to make the choice, he not wanted Cummings to be a vice president. He not wanted to ask Cummings, because I remember carefully when Liberia kept asking Baga in at the house, was sitting there, kept asking, I'm coming to be a running mate. He said no. And then when Cummings came to see her at the hotel, I asked Cummings. The Baga asked you, he said no. So there are no time that they asked Cummings to be back. When people say, oh, Cummings refused. Cummings never refused. He wasn't asked. And he couldn't go and say, oh, please make me your vice president. He couldn't do that. So that one, that's a lie. So he no one asked him. And Baga don't want to be his running mate. And so right now, he talk about any coalition now. Two things are happy. Knowing that, so you can't say you want a coalition to go against the UP party, and we are a city's part of that coalition. Nowhere that's we has that ticket, or except we are designed not to run. But you can't go a coalition with CMC, LPP, all the other parties there, and ANC, and say we now had a coalition because he can't be vice president again. You already been president, so it's clear. Except where you convince him and say, okay, if you say, okay, I will not run there. But other than that, the first thing you should understand, he either has that ticket, and they found a VP for among the other parties, or if they convince him not to run, okay. But other than that, they should not even think that they should go to coalition inside. They want to decide who will be the head of the ticket, and start, it won't work. It won't work. They got to be very clear about that. So you know that. So that the first thing, so the serious will know. If they're not serious, will know already. So that's one of the things you should get in the back of their mind. But Liberia needs a change. Though. If we continue this pathway, Mr. Nagbe, all of us now who are pushing our 70s, I will be 70 next year. So we gotta be careful because
be 70 where?
Yeah, so we gotta be careful.
You mean you'll be 70 next decade, or you mean next year?
Next year. The time ain't coming.
Yeah, I think
So
that's what he's talking about.
the time ain't coming, so we gotta be careful. And if we want to change that country, not the present thing. Honestly, you go take the microphone, go down, go through the country. They only tell you CDCUP. All they say, all the CDCUP. So that was the country. Ghana, Nigeria, Sierra Leone, America, they all got two parties now, and that's where the country heading to. So until we can break that stuff, how's it gonna be? So we can do what we do right now, but we just gotta keep the government put to the feet to the fire. And then
but you ain't finished yet, we gotta go. I can't go now.
Yeah, Senator, the woman from Kidman, she was blasting at the information minister and the deputy today. I mean, something like way she said that he represent them. But the two ministers, they use the pulpit to attack people. It's wrong. You can't be using the government time to do it. And I know Uncle Larry did that. They were attacking my friend Ronnie yesterday. You can't do it. You don't have to run it. Ronnie would send a message to the international community. They will and you're looking bad. So you're gonna be playing defense. So you're wasting your time. Ronnie not gonna stop. Ronnie will keep on breaking the news.
But if the people can watch a whole World Cup game,
that was wrong too, Robert. I heard it today. That was wrong.
The people they're drinking, watching the game on the clock.
If the Labro are playing, I understand, but you can't take government time. After your time, you be watching game in office.
I agree, but what I'm saying is, if they could do that and share it on Facebook, showing that nice office, they're working on the clock. But they're not working. They're
wrong.
You know how long? Almost 2 hours and a half.
I can do it in America. You try it, I mean, even in America, put in the post saying, oh, you on your phone, you're looking at it, you put it out, pretend like you're watching the game, but what happened? It's wrong. Mr. Gayman, thank you, man. Thank you guys for the show today.
Let me say quickly about coalition politics, right?
Yeah.
And Robert, I'm sorry if you want to say something. I'll be quick. Look, I get the point you're making. There has to be a head for the coalition, but the head cannot be minimum anymore. I think it was wrong for the CDC to have assumed that they should have been the arrowhead without any analytics, any kind of statistics informing them. If they had done their work, they would have known that maybe Alice Cummings or somebody could have led. Look, the discontent was palpable in Liberia. The CDC government, President Weah, did not do a thing for the people. People were angry. A lot of people, I love President Weah, don't get me wrong. But as a leader, he is not. He's not. Unless he gets the help he needs. President Weah, the kind of help he needs.
But you say he did absolutely nothing?
What did he do, Mr. Gayman?
Okay. Go ahead.
My point is, if CMC, ANC, or other parties they go into coalition, the CDC part of that coalition, do you expect for if we say, okay, I'm interested in the presidency, you expect for him to go as vice president to any the leaders now are talking about? No, impossible.
No. But if they have brought in people that would have legitimate, that the people who to dispel, there were a lot people were very angry with Jefferson Koji then running all over the place. Even the Eugene Nagbe then running all over the place.
Now, where should we do in the coalition now? You're trying to convince we are not to run. Then you're if he's interested, you can stop him because that'll be because.
And I agree with you. It is within his right, but we've already said that the coalition, there has to be foundational principle that will lead any coalition we will be a part of. If we don't agree, say for instance, if our polling shows us that George Weah is supposed to be the arrowhead for the coalition, and we accept that, we'll collaborate with him. But if our data comes from the field and it shows that maybe Simeon Freeman is supposed to lead this thing, why would we say otherwise? We cannot just sit in the room and say, okay, you know what? Because when you walk on Broad Street, people bow down to you. Therefore, it means people in Harper will also bow down to you. It's a misconception. Well, and the CDC fooled the people because George Weah is popular as a footballer. They use that as an argument to beat down the people.
The presidency in the country right now, if you do a primary, you put Musa, Simeon Freeman, Cummings, Ure, Moniba, Gongloe, Joe Weah will be other than. I mean, yes, gotta accept the fact.
So I think the point that Tomalin is making, which I agree with, on the basis of popularity, is that there are people who may not necessarily be seditious who still fancy George Weah, and so there's a possibility of them being encouraged to vote. And there's a pro and cons about this, because you want folks to vote on the issues, right? And the opposition have to select its standard bearers on the issues as well. It can't just be up for popularity, right? But I think to the point that Mr. Nagbe also made is that sometimes again too, and I think President Weah won the next election. I think he kind of insinuated to that he was willing to surround himself with some good people. And again, just because CDC won doesn't necessarily mean all of we, our friends, must be in positions, key positions, right? So if there are discussions, I don't think CDC can just come to the table and say automatically Joe Weah is the next standard bearer. I think they're coming to the table with an advantage. And that advantage politically is his popularity. And the popularity.
Robert, I don't care what you can say there, right? You need an arrowhead. If Joe Weah says
you do.
If they say he's interested in the presidency,
but there has to be. But there has to be.
You should be trying to convince him. Say you're giving him reason why he shouldn't run.
But forget the whole reason why he shouldn't.
Robert, let me tell you this.
How about this?
I'm coming, Victor.
No, let me give you a good reason. How about this good reason?
I'm coming. Hold on. Democracy is about numbers.
Thank you.
Okay? George Weah or the CDC can say, before the election, first ballot is cast, we got 33.3% of the ballot already, the population. I think it would behoove the opposition to say, you know what, this man can run for only one more term. It will rally around him and he wins.
There you go.
If Cummings become vice president or Musa become vice president, when Joe Weah leave, we have an easy path.
There you go. That has been my thought process all along.
But if you come to this party with saying, this man, we don't want you here, you don't want you here, you are 33% down before you even get started.
Exactly.
So I think as opposition, what we should do is listen, let's coalesce. Let's go internally. If Joe Weah says he's running, and I know the numbers because we can go back to the old voting record, this going election, and look at the numbers. He came in number 2. We can't discount that. So we have to be tactical. And I think that you see Vince, the Republican Party got the Marco Rubio and Vince, they stand a very good chance because they know Trump is not going for a second term.
Good chance we got whipped. And Trump making the thing bad for that. So
No, listen.
Well, before you go to Rubio and Vance, let me
Let me
say
tell you
this.
this.
No, before you go to Liberia.
Trump is the worst president in American history.
No, but don't change it. Don't change the reverse rules. Just focus on Liberia.
Don't
Don't
change
bring there Rubio Vance. Nobody want to talk about Rubio and Vance.
Listen, you're not understanding this. What I'm saying here, if the person cannot run again, this is the best chance for the opposition to turn things around. But if you say you want to start fresh, it is going to be almost impossible to pull this thing off.
That's a good point. I agree with you on that.
Somebody wants to say something, yeah? Go ahead.
No, wait, no, but we all want to say something, yeah.
Go ahead.
The person data running. Yeah, go ahead before your data. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, Mr. Gayman, hello. This is Kehleboe. How are you guys doing? I'm listening to you guys. I just want to make a contribution a little bit on the subjects you guys discussing on the formation of the opposition. We from the CDC side will now form an opposition that the Unity Party, the CPP opposition. We're not going to form an opposition that will come in and people play games with each other. Every political leader within the opposition will have the right to want to lead the opposition if because this is a numbers game. If they have the number. So we will respect every opposition. We respect everybody. If you come in and you get the number, it's up to you who electable. That's what we will go with. But we from the CDC side, we believe in our Senate bearer. We believe that our Senate bearer has the number. He's strong. He's been there before. He battle tested. As well as the ANC people believe, Mr. Cummings too, the CNC believe, everybody believes. So we respect everybody. This is a matter of respecting all sides and come together because we have one goal, is to remove this tyranny upon our country, to remove this dark side. And that happened. So we respect Mr. Cummings, we respect Ms. Ability, we respect Simon Freeman, everybody that coming in, we respect them. So when they come in, we all can sit down, look into it, and see how best we can. Because opposition unity is the way to go, and we believe that is a way to go. So this is not about the other side should just say, oh, okay, raise a hand and say, look, you guys, CDC, you can do. No, we will not do the CPP thing. We will respect everybody. Every political leader will respect them. And we will sit down and we will equally fight this battle. We just believe us from the CDC side, we believe we get the numbers. If the CMC believe they get the number, then we respect that. The ANC, we respect that. But this is about respecting each other. And we from the CDC side, we will respect all political leaders. And we believe that all the political leaders capable to rule Liberia. Capable, all of them. Every political leader in the various party capable of ruling. Anybody who the opposition feel that the person is strong and capable, like we say, it's a number game. Who has the number can lead the opposition blind. but we respect everybody. That's all I just want to contribute to.
No, let me say this before you go, Kevin. The reason why collaborations are formed is nobody has a number. I'm sure you know that. If anybody had a number, we wouldn't be collaborating. So that argument, I don't want you guys to bring that argument to the table.
Yes. Can you speak out?
Okay. All right. If you can't hear me, that's
okay.
okay.
You gotta get off. You gotta get up so you can listen in. That's why.
The point I'm making is, and Jerome, you started making that point, and I agree with Kevin, son. We'll come to the table. We're not equal, but we have to agree that if Jerome is presenting as a stronger candidate, he can take us across the line. We have to make sure we do that. And I understand President Weah is very popular, but he was popular in the last election. He didn't win. He was popular. He still is popular. He didn't win. So when we're coming to the table, that argument it cannot be it can't be the argument that we'll be making at the table. We have to make sure we are well informed about who is capable of taking us over the line. I agree. We have to respect each other. But what is the basis of our coming together? Because like Mr. Hassan is saying,
Mr. Nagbe, if I hear you clear, because something I didn't. You said the last time we went through the election, we didn't win. But you also didn't say the before that election we won. So
you did.
2017 we won. So I don't think this is a time for us. The moment in our country right now, it's not time for us to start saying this first thing you win, this first thing win. This is time for us to come and sit down and focus on the common good of the opposition and try to fight this government that is so dark in Liberia. So I believe that all the opposition leaders, all those guys are well capable, smart. They know exactly what they want. So I don't think, and most of the surrogates will start muddying the water. Musa knows exactly what he wants. He knows exactly what he will say to the table. He gave a nice speech. He said, we'll not do it like before. And we believe that. We're not going to have that opposition like the CPP, that people come and start saying, oh, finger document, do that. No, rest assured that smart people, and Mr. Freeman is smart, Musa is smart, all the guys are so, okay, I want you to look at this. This is not that Joseph Boka thing that Joseph Boka never, and he is not a successful man. Anything that he never built an institution, never built nothing. We're looking at Musa, successful man. We have government and wealth. We're looking at George Weah, successful man. We have government. We're looking at Fremont. We're looking at Mr. Cummings. Those guys are successful guys who built something. They built something. So they will sit down and build this thing. Rest assured, these are guys that have built something. They know what it takes to build things. So you don't muddy the water and let the Unity Party see and say this and come. If anybody have the differences and this who should sit down and congregate for the better good of Liberia. If you see the direction of Liberia now, you'll not be worrying about all these other things. We're talking about guys that have built something, and they will build this opposition. If this opposition will rule, they will build this opposition, and everybody will be happy. Everybody will be happy. So let's focus on that. Don't focus on oh, Joe Weah lost election. Joe Weah is the only man since 2005 that went into a race with percentage, a huge percentage. Joe Weah is the only man that pushed early and won election 2005 and was taken from him.
Let me say something real quick.
Okay. Victor got another call.
Yeah.
Okay.
Roland, please be brief. Yeah, we're getting ready to close now.
Hold on. Go ahead.
So, Robert, let me just chime in
Hold on, Rob. Hold on,
No,
Roland.
let him go ahead. Let him go ahead. Let him go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
Okay,
Nagbe,
go ahead. Go ahead, Rob.
I just want to chime in on what my brother Kev is talking about. The reason for all the opposition political party coming together is because the last time they go in election, George Weah didn't win 50+1. Okay, he got less than 50%. So, for example, if the CMC going to come with maybe 15 or 20%, or Seaman Freeman going to come with 5%, or like to make the joke, Mr. Coming going to come with 1%, it will make George Weah to go across the line, right? Now, if the CDC want to come on the table, they want to sit on the table to say, you know what, because we have the bigger number, so we would not give any concession, then where's the reason of coming together? For example, the CMC want to take state power. We have our agenda how to govern Liberia, and you guys have your agenda. We have seen your agenda the last 6 years. Even though since 2005, Joe, we have been running, but we saw what you guys did the last 6 years. Now in the opposition, the only way we can have that unity is to say that we're coming on the table with the same level of legality, with the same level of priorities. But if we say that CDC, we are the bigger parties, so all the small parties should come on the table to discuss on the VP position, then I don't see any reason for the opposition to come together to collaborate. Thank you, Mr. Nagbe.
Thank you, Roland.
Listen, let me say this before I go. Let me say this. I disagree with Roland.
Roland.
Yeah, Roland. I disagree with him because I think this is a very fascinating conversation, by the way, politically. And I think I like the tone of Kev, and I also understand Mr. Nagbe, where he's coming from. But here's what I would think in a democracy, and I think this is a mistake. It's not. This is the mistake that CPP made. And CPP made that mistake because I think there were fear internally that if the CPP had gone to a primary where the decision, because this is another form of coming to the table, instead of political leaders picking or deciding on who becomes the next standard bearer, you talk about numbers. Let's go to a primary. All of the cases that have been made by the respective opposition parties based on the issues, and I think those cases can be made at a primary respectfully, where you will have the standard bearer of the CMC, you will have the standard bearer of the ANC, you will have the standard bearer of the CDC, debate the issues and make their respective cases on why they should be the standard bearer of the opposition party. Now, here's a question I want to ask. If you bring in all of the percentages we just talked about, if you bring in CDC percentage, if you bring in ANC percentage, if you bring in CMC percentage, if you bring in Simeon Freeman percentage, and all of the partisans participate in this primary, who do you think will win? Even if George Weah was not the strongest. Oh, I forgot Lalo. If you bring these guys, even if he was not the strongest in that room about the issues, there is no doubt in my mind that because politics in Liberia is about the numbers, if all those people were to elect who becomes the next standard bearer of that opposition, let's be honest, I think George Weah will still win. Instead of the political party deciding on who becomes that standard bearer, let's do a primary like we see happening in this country. The Democratic Party consists of multiple talented leaders who vie to become the standard bearer of the political party. They go through a primary and they debate the issues fiercely, right? Some win in some states, others win in other states. We can do the same thing in Liberia. But when it comes to the number, I think, again, based on the numbers, if all of the sedition come and participated, even in a fair, free and fair ballot, I think George Weah will still win. And so even if it doesn't happen that way, I think it's important for us to come to the table with a different approach. And that approach, I believe, should be one that starts with respect. George Weah is going to run again. And so the question we must ask ourselves, last election of Joseph Boakai. If George Weah won and became president, this will be the last election of George Weah. So now you're going to have Joseph Boakai's gone. You're going to have George Weah gone. The question now is, who becomes president subsequently? So think about this whole topic of change. People will argue that ANC or CMC collaborating with CDC, who did not do or perform to the expectation of the Liberian people for 6 years, cannot argue about change. Well, guess what? They have a lot to argue about, because you have a united party who led for 12 years, came to rescue, and we're going into 3 years of their administration. They've rescued nothing but themselves, right? So I think if you look at a opposition a ticket, anyone that even includes George Weah, if George Weah was a standard bearer of the opposition party, and Alex Cummings was the VP, or any of the other leaders within the opposition party, I think they can effectively argue and take the case to Unity Party on the issues. Unity Party cannot argue that, oh, is George Weah coming back to fly private jet? Go and sit down somewhere, because Joseph Boakai has done worse. They can argue that, oh, is George Weah coming back? Is George Weah and cities coming back to hold up on our road expansion? Hold up, because what have you done? How many roads have you built so far? Go and sit down.
Hold your thought right there. Your name and where you calling from?
Yeah, this is Mr. Nyenwolo calling from Maryland.
Go ahead.
I said, gentlemen, what we're arguing about, there are two dangers about it. It's amazing that young people stay arguing about Liberia's issue and talking about numbers. That was a strategy used because people wanted power and they knew they were not prepared. Our country is dying. We gotta be talking about serious things more than numbers. We gotta be talking about competency here. Our country is dying. And this is time for seriousness. It's not time for so-called politics, because that's how politics they play in Liberia. The second thing is for us to already start discussing this opposition unity in the public. We just putting holes in our success. Because our unity party won. You come and bring all your delegates outside and they use it to cover your face. Our country is a dangerous place because of the degree of illiteracy and ignorance. We gotta be careful. We handle this country because our country is dying. Our people, our young people, they're not even ready before I say God's future. And we gotta be concerned about that. We who always want to be involved with this political business, it's no more beings. It's about the survival of that country. So we gotta have that in the back of our minds when we discuss politics. And I don't think this is the proper forum to come and start discussing what opposition working should be. If we're serious about changing this thing, we gotta be serious about how we handle it. Thank you.
Thank you. That was Mr. John Nyenwolo of Maryland County. Yeah, Robert, you were in flight, and then you can address Mr. Nyenwolo's concern. He is concerned that maybe we shouldn't be discussing it as it stands, or we shouldn't be discussing it as you are muted, Robert. Robert, you are muted. Robert. Oh, Let me go to Tomalin.
Let me say this before Tomalin comes. I don't disagree with most of the points that you guys are making, even Kev Hassan, right? Yeah, I mean, right now, if we were to go to elections, clearly President Weah is the front runner if he decided to run, and I get that. I understand the need to collaborate, but we have to have a foundational. We have to have guidelines on which we are collaborating, and we have to also make sure we are leading with a person who the Liberian people are choosing. It can't just be a few of us sitting down in a room and deciding, you know what, Tamlin Josh, looks like you're the most popular of all of us here, and therefore you will lead this thing. I think we've done that. We have won at times, and we have also lost. So we have to be mindful how we put this together. Is all I'm saying. I'm not discounting President Weah. I think anybody who does that in Liberia, is doing it to their own folly. I get that, but there are and plus, I think it's just too early to begin to even talk about collaboration and coming together. I think we all need time to get out there and work the field. But back to you.
But let me close what I was saying real quick, right? I think the pops that call, I think he's wrong. And I think the question that I would ask him if he was on the show, I would ask him, we've been talking, like he said, we've been talking about this popularity thing for a very long time. What did they do? What did that generation do to change that? You talk about competency.
They gotta open the door again.
And you know what's funny? Let me not hit boss man. Hey, Robert, get over here.
Get out of the he's on the plantation.
No.
George.
Yeah, it's a good show. Good show. Look, I would say there's discussion and the necessary to have them is very necessary.
Hold on 1 minute, George. Hold on 1 minute. Your name and where you calling from?
Yeah, my dear brother. The last time I called you guys were closing and Tomalin was supposed to close on the show. Y'all are opening a whole brand new topic, and obviously we're not going to allow you guys to be like our
Okay, go ahead.
Listen, man, this is Abraham calling again. I think you guys are all making salient point, and even the callers are making some salient point. But I just want to acknowledge, like what our dear brother Nagbe is stating, people will come with clear positions, and the fact that you're referencing previous collaborations. You guys are forgetting that during the time that MPP came on board with CDC, the plan was at the time that Mr. Bronsky and Georgia are going to go, but Bronsky wanted the standard bearer position. All right? When they left Nima County in route, maybe Nathaniel Magay will clarify this to you guys. Magay immediately got in touch with MPP, and MPP were willing to be a vice standard bearer. And there they took it from straight and they ran with it. So this notion, I don't want people calling on this show and they keep issue about, because it sounds condescending and they're not setting political parties and setting standard bearer. They issue about competence, qualifications, and so on and so forth, and to be dismissive of numbers. You're not going to win election if you don't have numbers. And you have numbers when you build a political constituency. What CMC is doing, CMC is building their political constituency. That's the reason why Nagbe and Musa Belete and others are moving all these places to try to build it. So to be dismissive of it is not going to help the cause. So in a nutshell, please, let us not join the boat for those political leaders are willing to brainstorm on issues and come out with a winnable coalition. But in that direction, there is an arrowhead here. Whether we like it or not, there's an arrowhead. So I just want to point that out. Let us not discuss the thing, jump the boat for council adequate representability, Freeman and Mr. Okomi and other people. Let the people meet indoor and have the discussion.
But let me finish what I'm going to say, guys, because I keep getting.
Thank you, guys. I got to get out. I'm starting
I keep getting
in 2
interrupted.
minutes.
But again, like I said, I want to go back to the powerful core and we're talking about competence.
Thank you.
We competence is not our issue. Alice Cummings is a very accomplished, competent Liberian. Dr. Clarence Monova is another very competent, accomplished young Liberian. And you have Musa Hassan Bellotte. You have a lot of competent Liberian, right, that have contested the presidency. You should ask him. Dr. Monova has come on many platforms articulating the issues, and I think he's done it very well. Why has Liberia not elected him? What have they told him? Didn't they tell him that he had more time on his to live? That Joseph Boakai don't have that many more time, so they were Joseph Boakai time. What did they tell Cummings? Didn't they tell Cummings that he was new to the country, and he needed to get himself settled? Have they not told Cummings consistently that he needs to figure a way to mingle with the Liberian political the big boys? So the competent that you talk about, we have a lot of competent people who've gone back home and to run for senators, to representative. Have they gotten elected? So at this point, you have to be strategic. You have to use common sense. You can put the best competent. If Barack Obama was on the ballot against George Weah, Barack Obama would not win. Because it's not about the system is different. So you got to understand the system, and you got to logically play the game of the system. It's not going to happen. And so what we've been saying behind closed doors, and I'm beginning to understand that system a little bit. Is it the best system? No, it's not. But how do you get competent people close to the executive mansion? I think this is the strategy. If Cummings wants to run for president all his life, including George Weah and other folks who've been in the system and who Liberians take to and will vote for, even though you don't think they're competent, the reality is he's not going to win. But can he possibly win on a CDC ticket that gets him to the executive mansion as vice president, and then taking over the party as Standard Bearer comes to the next election based on results? Absolutely he can. So you got to be strategic. You got to be strategic. If it was up to me, I'll go the Democratic way. Let's have a primary. Let's have a limited. Let's have 5 of these political parties that have the numbers, and let them debate the issues. Are we voting based on the issues in our country? No, we're not. We don't vote based on issues. If we were, then Joseph Boakai would not get elected. If we were, many of the other guys that are so powerful today, they won't be leaders in our country. This is not the case. And so I think, again, a coalition should not just be on the basis of removing Unity Party from power. But I think there are smart ways to go about positioning the so-called competent Liberians in ways that will get them closer to the presidency with a plan to really start changing the system. And you telling me that even if George Weah led an opposition with all of these key people in key places, you think that he would not have the ears to really impact change, and you will see results where Alice Cummings or the Freeman and Musa Bellotte, the other guys, or Clarence Monova can say, listen, we've delivered. We may not have delivered under our own respective parties, but we have delivered under this coalition. And I think it is incumbent upon our delivery now. Without George Weah in the picture, as on the ticket, without Joseph Boakai to move this country forward, you got to be smart. Because again, this is Joseph Boakai's last election. I don't think he's going to be on the ballot come 2029. And if he is, I don't think he's done enough to regain power. But what happens after 2029? You have the Alice Cummings of our days. You have the Musa Ability. You have the Dr. Clemens Modiba, and you have other new politicians that are coming up that are competent enough to move our country forward. But if you just be stubborn and say, "Hey, I'll just go against the big guys," and no, these guys will always win. I'm sorry.
Thank you very much. Guys, see you tomorrow, same time. Let's do it again tomorrow. Thank you very much. God bless.
God bless.